What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, April 21st, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, it was a very good Friday for Texas football as the Longhorns landed 3 players from the transfer portal. We'll talk about the newest additions to Steve Sarkisian's squad. Speaking of good Fridays, how about a good weekend for Texas Longhorn baseball as the top-ranked team in the land sweeps Auburn? We'll recap all 3 wins for Texas and preview what is a massive week on tap for Jim Schlossnagel's crew. We will recap opening weekend of the NBA and NHL playoffs as well. Plenty to get to there. A little golf chatter, a little Austin FC chatter, a little Major League Baseball talk, and plenty of fun stories to get into from around the world of sports and beyond on a Monday edition of Bucky and BK. Hope everyone had a fantastic Easter. Hope everyone had a phenomenal Passover. Hope everyone just had a great weekend, and we appreciate y'all starting your new week off with us. How are you today, my man?
I'm doing good, man. Hopefully everybody had a wonderful Easter, spent some time with their family. Rest in peace to Pope Francis, who passed away today. A smooth 88 years old, and to the papal father, long journey, short trip for him probably. So everything's cool. I went to services on Friday and Sunday. Went to a service at Austin Baptist Church near Vandergrift High School on Friday, and what a fabulous service that was. That was spectacular. It was, they have an orchestra, a choir. It was kind of cool. I was kind of fixated. I was telling my wife, I said, growing up a Catholic and knowing about the cross and the crucifixion and the resurrection, and I couldn't take I was fixated. They had this giant cross in the middle of their. I was fixated on the cross. It was incredible. I wanted to look around and I wanted to see the things that were around me. You try to, in a Catholic church, they've got stained glass. They have all that stuff that'll scare the crap out of you. The stained glass with stuff coming through. This place, this cross was like, it was hard to get my eyes off the cross. Well, it was Good Friday, so it was good. It was done really, really well. And then I went to the little church around the corner here on Sunday, which was fabulous also. So it was good stuff. I'm glad I did that. I'm glad I went Friday and Saturday. I was trying to get a twofer because being the good Catholic that I am, I'm always trying to get twofers. Like, hey, let's go. If I go on Friday, does it count for Friday and Sunday? My wife she wasn't having any part of that. I was trying though. I was like, wait a minute, Friday and Sunday? Wait a minute. This is not the way this works. Not the way it used to work for me, but it was good. And I hope folks got a chance to sit down and reflect and what the resurrection and the death of Christ is all about. And also just your life and what you can do to help those around you, because there's a lot of help that needs to be out there. We pick up the news and every day it's something or whatever. And you got to take care of your neighbor. As much as I talk about my neighbor and the chickens and the rooster, I got it. That's a part of the deal is you got to take care of your neighbor. You got to take care of people in need. That's a big deal. It really is.
It's well said, my friend. Well said. And look at
But
you.
it was a good sports weekend. I watched some golf.
Yeah.
I watched a little NBA basketball. I almost watched the Stars, but they were getting beat so bad I couldn't check it out anymore. But it sounds like this is what happens to them every game one of a series. So
yeah, it is.
So it was like I said, it was a good sports weekend. We're going to get rain this week for folks. I told you get some rain on Sunday. You got it Sunday morning. You got some rain Sunday morning.
I didn't.
What? You didn't get any where you were?
No.
Come on. Think about it. It wasn't the streets weren't wet where you were on Sunday early?
No.
The tiny hamlet of Oak Hill, no rain?
No rain here.
Wow.
Did you get some?
I got some rain on Sunday morning. Got some Saturday night. So we're going to get some. We're going to get some rain on Wednesday.
This Wednesday?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's coming?
It's coming, man. There's parts of the country that are flooding, tornadoes, and that's part of some of it's. I think some places in Texas have got some tornadoes. But the
Interesting.
Tennessee, the Midwest, man, those folks, I'm praying for them.
It's a mess. It's a
How was
mess.
your
I
how
didn't
was your
get
weekend? How was your weekend? Did you get to see family?
No, did not see family this weekend. Last weekend was the start of the Jewish holiday of Passover, so that's when I did most of my family time. But yeah, nice relaxing weekend. A lot of sports watched. I went to the Texas baseball game Thursday night. Went to the Texas Stars game on Friday night, and spent a lot of time hanging out on the couch watching all of the great sports over the last 3 days. So it was pretty good, man. Thank you for asking. But it's good to be
Nice.
back with the people.
It is good to be back. It was good. It was really good to have off Friday and get
Yeah.
some things done. I'm coming to the final stretch for the golf tournament May 16th, so I'm on full throttle packing bags and trying to make it look good for you people. But it's we're getting there. We really, really are. But it was the golf at this place, Harbor Town. I like to go play there sometime. I always talk about going to Pebble Beach. That Harbor Town place looks cool. I like those areas where there's sand traps that you can ground your club in, and pine cones and stuff like that. I like a great place for a golf event. It really, really did. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Hopefully you had a wonderful, wonderful weekend. You got to spend some time with your families. I know if you didn't, you were protecting us, and we do appreciate that. And do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. One of the patrons at the RBC Heritage event at Harbor Town got pelted by a Billy Horschel tee shot back
Oh
on Thursday in round one. Did you see this?
no, not to the noggin.
It's not to the noggin. It was to the leg. We're not allowed to play the video due to YouTube copyright rules, but Billy Horschel, being the entertainer that he is, he had an errant tee shot that went way left on round one of this tournament back on Thursday, and
Ooh,
he went and found the spectator that he hit. And how about this bit? Do a little screen share here for those of you who are watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch this morning. Billy Horschel went and autographed the leg of the patron that he hit with his errant tee shot. You see that?
nice.
First of all, how about the giant welt sticking out?
Wow.
I think is a gnarly bump there. And then you see Billy Horschel bent down, and he's writing a long-ass message on that leg.
Come on, man. Make it a short one, will you?
Now, what do you do if you're that patron? Do you ever wash that leg again?
Yeah, that's got to be washed. Sorry. Don't worry about the it's probably going to get infected probably.
First time you hop in the shower, that signature is gone. You know, it's worth a little something. Billy Horschel's a pretty good golfer who's had some success on the tour.
Got a little
But
knot there. That's a huge welt, man. Those things scare me. Like I said, you don't even see the ball. You go to those tournaments, you don't even see the ball off the stick of those dudes. That they snap hook one and hit you in the leg. Yow.
yeah, that's why I have no interest in attending golf events in person. I've been to a few. I went to the match play a couple of times when it was here.
Sit in
I
the
went,
stand somewhere.
yeah, like it's fun if you're in certain spots, but you can't see anything. Like if you're standing by the tee box, you could see the golf ball for like half a second and then you lose it.
I know.
And if you're sitting around the green, I guess you could see the putts, but you got to wait 20 minutes before you see another group of golfers come through. So I think, we always talk about what's the best sporting event to attend in person. For my money, that's hockey. For my money, the worst sporting event to attend in person is golf because
Yeah.
they've made the at-home golf watching experience so good because they show every shot on TV. But if you go in person, you got to wait forever in between shots, and then you could barely see the shots even when they are by you.
Yeah, I mean, because I know what hockey's doing, so I don't mind watching it at home. I can keep up with it. At hockey events, when you go, your head better be on a swivel. You better not be talking to somebody while that puck is being shot around there. Boy, you talking about getting hit with something.
Oh, well, you got way less of a chance to get hit by a puck than you do by an errant golf ball. I mean,
I'm gonna
these
say,
guys,
it's probably about, I would think it's about,
no,
no,
Buck. You go like there might be 1 or 2 pucks at the most that will go into the stands during a hockey game. You got golfers hitting tee shots into the crowd all the time. You hear 4 get yelled like every 10
yeah,
minutes
but
out
not
there.
everybody I mean, those things hit off the trees and come down lightly and whatever.
Yeah.
I guess you couldn't tell the lady at the Ryder Cup the one time where they hit her in the eye and she lost her eye.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that can happen.
It would be hard to tell her that.
It would be hard. It'd be hard for her to see that too
Yeah.
these days. That's interesting. I wonder if there are some stats on that, like who gets hurt more, people who attend hockey games in
Ooh.
person or people who attend golf tournaments in
Like, 'cause I've
person?
seen them. I mean, I saw it in college when a girl got hit and split her face open to the meat, near her forehead. I mean, you could see it. That thing, that's like a razor blade, you know?
Yeah, a hockey puck to the
Yeah,
dome.
and it's heavy.
It hurts. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
if it hits you, it's going to do more damage than a golf ball is
Oh,
going to
yeah.
do. So I don't know. Interesting
Unless you're
golf.
right at the tee box and somebody snap hooks one, like when those old dudes on the Masters, if they snap, that's why I'd never be standing beside it. I don't know if they do that still. Do they move those people away now? Remember they used to have that little tunnel when those old guys, Jack Nicklaus and those guys would hit? I'm thinking, every year they're getting older. One of those times somebody's going to catch a shank right there with their heads out in front there.
Yeah, that's a dangerous place to be staying. I mean, if you're near the tee box for any golfer, to
Oh,
me it's a
yeah.
dangerous spot because at some point one of those dudes is going to snap hook one right to you.
Oh,
But yeah, if you're doing it with the olds, then it feels like the chances of that happening are
I
significantly higher.
gotta be behind all that.
Yeah, yeah, I don't want any part of that. Like you definitely don't want to be standing near me when I'm on the tee. I could tell you that.
Or me. You don't want to be near me either.
That's going to be a problem.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Yeah, I'm sorry, but why are you lying on the ground there?
Yeah, that's I warn people behind me on the first tee to watch out for the ball. Like you just
Yeah.
nowhere's safe. Nowhere's safe.
I'll hit the marker, and the thing will ricochet back and hit you.
Exactly, exactly. Congrats to Justin Thomas, by the way. Didn't think we'd open talking about golf this morning, but JT picking up his first
Yes.
PGA Tour win in 3 years in a playoff at the RBC Heritage
That dude was
yesterday.
excited like he hadn't won before. It's been a while for him.
Been a while and his first win since having a child, so I guess that meant a little bit more to him. First win as a father, so congrats to JT for getting it done yesterday. All
Awesome.
right, congrats to Texas football. We'll start with this. What a Friday it was for the Texas Longhorns. In the span of 3 hours, Texas picked up not 1, not 2, but 3 players from the portal. Where's LeBron James when you need
Nice.
him? How about this for a late Friday news dump? This all happened from like 4:30 to 7:30 on Friday afternoon. Steve Sarkisian and company landing 3 transfer commits. We'll start with the weirdest one. We'll just go in chronological order here. Former Maryland defensive tackle Levon Johnson was the first commitment that the Horns landed. And Levon Johnson was on campus for a visit last Thursday. So getting him to commit the following day is not that big of a surprise, right? That happens all the time. A guy comes
Sure.
to campus to visit, then he commits the next day. Not much of a story there. The story is early Friday morning, Levon Johnson committed to Bill Belichick in North Carolina. So you're thinking, all right, well, you got him to visit, but North Carolina was able to do enough. He's going to Bill Belichick. That's the end of that. And then a few hours later, all of a sudden, Levon Johnson flips his commitment and he's coming to Texas.
Sweet.
So that all happened in the span of just a few hours. Steve Sarkisian, we played the sound last week. He was pretty open about Texas being in the market for another defensive lineman, right? Even though the Horns brought in 3 defensive tackles in the early portal window, Sark still said Texas was a bit short on bodies up front on defense. And they go get Levon Johnson, who hasn't done a ton in his college career, was more of a rotational piece at Maryland in his 2 seasons there. Just 14 tackles this past year in only 8 games. Has played a total of 260 snaps in the last 2 seasons. But it's another big body. He's 6'2", 311, and hopefully he can come in and at least eat some snaps on the defensive line, Buck.
You say come in and eat some snacks here?
He might be doing that too. I mean, 6'2", 311, there are going to be some extra snacks consumed.
Yes, yes, he's wide. He's a wide body.
That guy will be taking advantage of the meal plans here.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, that's what I did as a college kid, and I was about half that size. So he definitely will be.
6'2", 311. He's squatty body.
Oh, that's squatty body level?
That's squatty body level. That's all right.
I feel like if you're 6'2", that's above squatty body, no? Like,
No,
Poona
that
Ford is squatty body. That guy's like 5'11", 3 bills.
no, you've got to be in order to be legitimate tackle, you got to be 6'3", 6'4", 6'5".
Okay.
Tackle when you're at 6'2", you're still in the squatty. If you're 3 bills, you're still in the squatty body category at 6'2". That's okay.
So 6'3" is the start
Yeah,
of the non-squatty body.
yeah, that's a big guy. This is a squatty body. You can use that. Hey, you need those.
I'm 6'2". Does that mean I'm a squatty body?
No, that means you're tall and skinny.
Yeah, I'm lanky, I guess. I'm about half the
Lanky,
weight.
yes. Wiry.
I am pretty wiry. Thank you very much. So yeah, we'll see what Levon Johnson does. He's got a couple of years of college football remaining, so he
Good.
can develop here with Kenny Baker and company. I don't think this guy's going to be Alfred Collins or Vernon Broughton, but maybe he can have a Jermaine Lolay or Bill Norton type of impact to where, yeah, he's not your starter, but again, a guy who is a part of your defensive tackle rotation. And Texas just didn't have enough bodies in that defensive line room. So this guy was a projected starter for Maryland. Didn't start at Maryland the last 2 seasons, but was supposed to have his role increased in College Park in 2025. He ends up at Texas. And yeah, I mean, I like it. That's 4 defensive tackle transfers that the Horns have added this offseason. We'll see if Texas is in the market for another one. Now, some of the insider sites were reporting that Texas could be going after 2 more. So now they've got 1. Maybe reason to think that there could be 1 more coming before this thing is all said and done. But clearly that was a top target for Texas, and whatever they needed to do to get this kid to flip his commitment from North Carolina, they found a way to get it done on Friday afternoon.
Absolutely.
So that's 1 pickup. Now we go to a guy that you and I talked about a couple of times last week. Now it's official. The former Cal Golden Bear tight end Jack Endries is coming to Austin. And this is the biggest pickup of, I think, any transfer they've picked up. Early window, spring window, it doesn't matter. Texas was in serious need of a tight end after losing its top 3 guys from last year. And Buck, they get a guy who had 56 catches and 623 yards this past season.
Yeah, the good thing is they get to get him in here and do a couple things for a while, get to get on the field, see him throw, play catchy catch with your quarterback. This is good. This is good to have him now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's able to get here and do any spring practicing, but he will get here this summer at the latest.
Sure.
And yeah, get the chance to do some workouts and hopefully play a little catchy catch with Arch Manning and everybody else on that first team Texas offense. Because we talked about Johnson being a rotational piece on the D line. Jack Endries is your starting tight end. Like, I don't care if Texas played a game on Saturday and he doesn't know the offense. He's the best thing that you've got in that tight end room. So by the time you get to August 30th, 4 months and change away,
Sure.
like that is your number 1 tight end right there. So that's a huge pickup. Again, you had 0 returning catches in your tight end room. You needed a body, but you needed somebody who could play. And to get a guy who was regarded as one of the top returning tight ends in college football going into 2025, that's a massive, massive pickup.
Certainly is.
And that buys you a little bit of time too, because you've got some young guys waiting in the wing who I think are going to be studs. But again, I don't think they were ready just yet. You got a guy who can help out this year. Hell, Endries has 2 years of eligibility left. So there's a chance if he plays well this year, he's off to the league. I mean, he's 6'4", 240. He's got an NFL type of body for tight end.
And good for him either way.
But yeah, no, you're right. I think it's good both ways. I think it's good for him, chance to showcase his stuff in a high-powered offense with an NFL quarterback and Arch Manning. And yeah, again, Texas really needed it after losing Helm and Davis and Nyblack all in the same month, basically.
Yep.
To bring in somebody is great. Great over the middle, great in short yardage situations. We'll see about the run blocking. Jack Endries didn't grade out super well in run blocking last year, but I found this interesting, Buck. Endries had the exact same PFF run blocking grade as Gunnar Helm. And I didn't think Gunnar Helm was like a liability blocking for the run. Did
No, I
you?
mean, he wasn't, he had been better from year to year from the first. I mean, he's better in the second year than he was the first year. So
Yeah.
that's all right. Just getting away. Don't get beat.
Don't get beat. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
no one's going to confuse these guys for George Kittle out there.
No,
But yeah, like that's not why Texas is bringing him in. But if he can be as good of a blocker as Gunnar Helm was this past
that's
season,
fine.
hopefully he doesn't get called for as many BS holding penalties as Gunnar Helm did. I feel like the refs were targeting that dude last year.
Yeah, he's pretty handsy. I mean, because obviously his strength was catching the ball, jumping, his athletic ability, but he kind of handsy. He didn't have that upper body strength you're looking for him. A guy who's 270 as your tight end, because he wasn't, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like he's kind of long. You can't call Gunnar Helm lanky because he was built.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He's a big guy.
But
Certain
he had
guys aren't great blockers. They just
uh,
they want to do a lot of things hands wise. You know what I mean?
I felt like anytime, like, I don't know, when you're on the edge, sometimes it's tough. They really look at those guys on
Well,
the
hell
edge for
yeah.
those holds. But I thought like
Especially with all the toss sweep they run.
yeah, that's a good point. I felt like anytime Gunnar Helm had his arms extended, the ref threw a flag, even if he wasn't actually holding anybody. But whatever, that's a conversation for another day. So that was your second tight end, or excuse me, your second transfer portal commit on Friday. And last but not least, Texas Longhorns have picked up a new kicker, Buck.
What do you mean a new kicker? They have kickers.
Well, they lost one of their kickers on Thursday as Bert Auburn took to social media to announce that he was portaling out. And then on Friday, Texas announced that they've got a guy portaling in. That is Texas State kicker Mason Shipley, who's headed up I-35 to kick for the Horns this
Oh, so
coming
they
season.
went to the farm league. They got one.
They went to
Yeah.
the minors,
Went to the minors and picked one up.
called
That's
somebody
not
up
quite.
from
That's not the
AAA.
minors down there, though, folks. It's just not. You need to understand. That's a kicker. That's a player
You're all
coming
about
from a
Texas
program.
State. Yep, you're all about Texas State, aren't you? You know who
It'll
Texas
happen.
plays tomorrow in baseball?
Oh no, not them again.
Oh yeah, down at their place this time.
Oh no, that number one ranking. Look out. That's all right. You still keep the number one ranking. Doesn't matter Tuesday. You're fine.
It's a pretty big week for Texas baseball. We'll dive more into them later in the show, but you've got Texas State tomorrow and then Texas A&M in town this weekend.
So are you feeling good about this pickup now?
I am feeling good about this pickup. Look, I just didn't have any more faith in Bert Auburn. Like, as simple as that. And clearly Steve Sarkisian and Jeff Banks felt the same way, right? Because, I mean, your kicking game cost you an SEC championship game, and it damn near cost you that Peach Bowl against Arizona State. We know what Bert Auburn did in 2022 and 2023. He was great. I mean, he set a Big 12 record for the most consecutive made field goals in 2023. Like, he was one of the best kickers in America that year. Hell, he was preseason all first team SEC this past year because
Yes.
of what he did 2 years ago. But he took a huge step back this past season and obviously missed some horrific kicks late in the year that cost you huge games. Texas just couldn't hope that Bert Auburn was going to figure it out. They didn't want to take that chance, so they bring in somebody else.
Yeah, it's tough when you go into portal and your kicker is the biggest thing you picked up. You're still thinking the tight end is the key.
Yeah, well, Naaman says kicker's the biggest pickup. I mean, we were in the SEC championship if Bert could kick straight. Look, I'll go with the tight end. I mean, Gunnar Helm set school records for catches and receiving yards by a tight end last year.
Yes.
He was a huge part of why Texas was even in the SEC title game
I
and
agree.
the college football playoff. But look, Naaman's not alone. Like, there were plenty of Texas fans who were like, oh, thank God we needed a new kicker. This is huge for us. And I don't know if I disagree with them too much because, again, it cost you at some critical times last season.
Well, you got to have faith in the guy who's kicking the ball. That's just the way that goes. That's hey, you can't win with a bad kicker.
Hopefully you don't need too many field goals, but
Right.
we know how the game works. Like,
yeah.
Look, I asked you the question. You were more confident than I was last week. It's funny because we talked about this last week in anticipation of something like this going down. I'm like, Texas, Ohio State, August 30th, tie game, 3 seconds left of the fourth quarter. The Longhorns are trotting out Bert Auburn for a game-winning field goal, is he making it? And you said yes.
46-yarder, yeah.
You said from 46. I was going to ask you from like 35 if you thought he was going to make it. And my answer to that would be no. But you're like, from 46, I think it goes in. But clearly, Steve Sarkisian is like, I don't think it's going in. So we're doing something different here. And
yeah, I hope Bert Auburn lands someplace and has some success too. I hope he does well.
He will. Like, he will. He will. We don't know where he's going yet, but some power school should pick him up. And, I mean, we know Bert Auburn's a great kicker. Like, you don't do what he did in 22 and 23 if you're not good at your craft. He just lost it mentally. He had the yips down the stretch.
I mean, that's just that you can't go into this conference with a bad kicker or a guy that you don't trust. And it doesn't matter. I mean, you can look at numbers and it tells you he wasn't as good. And you don't have time to take that chance.
I think
there's not enough practices that don't matter for him hitting field goals to when he gets in a game and he misses and screws up your chances to play, for an SEC championship or a national championship. You can't have it.
And I don't have any intel on this. Maybe something will trickle out this week or just the next time we hear from Steve Sarkisian. My guess is Bert Auburn was struggling in practice. Like,
sure.
I think if Bert Auburn, even after the way last season ended, I think if Bert Auburn was making everything in spring ball, Steve Sarkisian would have been like, all right, like, we'll give you another chance. Like,
no, he didn't talk too glowingly about him, when he had his press conference. I mean, if he comes to the press conference and said, oh no, Bert is back, he's kicking the ball well, we can't wait to get him into games where some kicks really matter because he's really doing well at practice. It's all that, we just need more consistency. That's not good when you start talking about your kicker. We need more consistency. No, he's supposed to be consistent, period.
It's a great point. Yeah, we've got that cut. We won't play the whole thing because I think what you're talking about was towards the start. But
yeah,
Steve Sarkisian, 1 week ago today, when talking to the local media, was asked about special teams. And you can hear how we talked about the kicker spot.
Talented room of specialists for sure. I think Michael Kern, I've seen a definite big uptick in him. He's healthy to go along with Jack, and both those guys can bomb the ball. And when you can punt the ball and it's a weapon for you, we felt that a couple different years with Sanborn and Dicker when they were at a high level and flipping the field and things of that nature. So feel good there from a kicking standpoint. Trying to find that right rhythm of consistency when you have a competition going on. The battery is as important and the protection as even just the kick. And so trying to work on that, and that'll be a big emphasis of ours as we continue to move forward. I would say.
So there you go. Then he starts talking about the return game and everything else. But like you said, I mean, he not glowing, Buck.
No.
And
no, that's when you're kicking in this conference, you got to have guys that just make kicks. You can't be waiting for some consistency, waiting till win. Game 4, game 7. No, can't do that.
I mean, this is the last week of spring practice. Remember, Fan Day is coming up this weekend. But yeah, like they were already at spring practice number 10 or 11 when Steve Sarkisian said that. So the fact that he spoke the way that he did kind of led you to believe that, those neither Bert Auburn or Will Stone was showing those guys enough to say, all right, no, we feel great about our kicker spot.
Yeah, in the world of special teams and kickers, punt returners and punters, you either have them or you don't. No, he's our guy. We got our guy right here. There's no competition. We're not here competing. That's our kicker. That's what most of the people say. Oh no, that's my punt returner right there. He doesn't drop punts. He knows how to field punts. We just go. No, there's competition if a kickoff returner. Yeah, we got some competition of guys who want to return kicks. But you don't say that about your punt returner because that means your punt returner is not catching them the right way. And your kicker or your punter, those guys just stand out, period.
Right. And I don't know if Texas kicked Bert Auburn to the curb and said, there's no space for you, or if they said, hey, we're bringing in this new guy and there's going to be an open competition. And Bert Auburn's like, I've got 1 year of college football left. I don't want to risk losing this competition and not getting this start.
And sitting around, kicking at practice,
sitting on the bench my last year. Because, Bert Auburn probably wants to kick in the NFL. He thinks he's capable of that.
At least get an opportunity, yes.
Yeah, if he gets things figured out this season, wherever he ends up, I think he'll get some looks at the next level. But yeah, it would have been a bad look if he lost a competition.
Right.
Despite being the starter here for the last 3 seasons. And some guy who comes in from Texas State takes the job for him. Like, that would have not have looked good for Bert Auburn. So
No, it would look terrible for him.
that's my guess. Is Sark's like, hey, we're going to have a competition. Up to you what you want to do. And Bert Auburn's like, hey, thank you, but I'm leaving. So the numbers on Mason Shipley, by the way, another Shipley coming to Texas. Those usually work out pretty well here. He's from Central Texas, by the way. Played his high school ball at Liberty Hill. So not too far of a trek there. 15 of 19 on field goals last year. He was 15 of 15 on field goals in 2023. Was first team All Sun Belt that year for the Bobcats. 31 of 35 on field goal attempts in his career, including a 60-yard make this past season down at NRG Stadium in Houston.
You like those 60-yard makes, don't you?
Don't hate him. I don't hate him. You got a kicker who can boot it from 60?
No, that was the right thing to do. That's good.
Yeah, it's NFL. It's an NFL-style move. You see NFL coaches do this all the time. And it's obviously different because you can't make this type of move mid-season in college football. Even though college football is turning more into the NFL seemingly by the day. You can't cut a kicker and bring in somebody off the streets in the middle of the year. I think there's a chance Steve Sarkisian would have done that if he could have towards the end of last season. But you see NFL coaches do this. They lose faith in their kicker. They don't want their kicker to cost them games. They don't want their kicker to cost them their job. So they will make a move. And that's what
their special teams just has to be better anyway.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does all around. And you got it. You brought in a punter in the winter. Now you bring in a kicker.
Right.
Hopefully that will clean up some problems because Texas really struggled in both of those elements last year.
Yes, they did.
I mean, Bert Auburn made 81% of his field goals in 22. He made close to 84% of his field goals in 23. And then he made 64% this past year.
Yeah, that dip is too much right there.
That's a 20% dip. Like, you want that number to keep going up, and it went way, way down. So best of luck to Bert Auburn, but I think it's the right move for Texas. And, yeah, you couldn't risk another SEC championship and another college football playoff game with bad kicking because it killed you in the month of December and on January 1st. You just can't have it happen in 2020.
Oh, you need a consistent kicker that you can depend on.
Yeah, you do. So there you go. There's the news for Texas football. Not 1, not 2, but 3 portal additions in the span of 3 hours. 2 of them at positions that Steve Sarkisian openly talked about needing. The other one at kicker, which was a position that I think a lot of Texas fans felt like Texas really needed to address. And we'll see if the Horns have any more.
When does the portal close? When do they close up again?
Well, guys have until this Friday to enter the portal.
Okay, yeah, I would think that it's about to open up again after Easter, yeah.
So it's a 10-day window that opened last Monday. So it's last Monday to, the 16th to the 25th. Sorry, last Wednesday to this Friday. It's like that math didn't check out. So, yeah, it will be open until Friday. Guys can announce their commitments after Friday. They just have to enter by Friday. So there are still plenty of guys in the portal that Texas could be going after. There are some guys who might not be in the portal that could be options for Texas as this week progresses. But the Longhorns have done a lot. They talked about needing a receiver. They talked about needing a tight end. They talked about needing defensive linemen. Over the last 7 days, they have gotten one guy at each of those 3 spots.
Yes, they have.
We'll see if they're in the market for another receiver. We'll see if they're in the market for another defensive lineman. I don't think they're going to get another tight end. I don't think they want another tight end. I know they're not going to get another kicker. There's no point in bringing in another kicker. But we'll see if another wide receiver or defensive tackle.
Defensive lineman, yes.
Yeah, I think they could use another body or 2. They just lost so much from last year's team, and they were down on scholarship numbers going into this season. It's obvious. They brought in 4 of those guys already. So there's room for, I think there's 2 or 3 more scholarships that Texas still has available. So they could go out and get somebody if they wanted to and get a couple more bodies if they wanted to. So there's that. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Feel free to hit us up there. Buck, before we shift gears, we got some Texas baseball to get into. Let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello, our friends. Say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick's, that incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. They've got it all. Tons of Texas-themed items there for you and gifts on a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. Boy, I got some stuff the other day. Love to go to the Jelly Cats. My granddaughters are excited about the Jelly Cats for Easter. Thank you very much, Jay and the gang over there. It was wonderful to be there last week. And the Jelly Cats are a big hit, whether it's Easter or not. As long as they got them, they will sell. And my little granddaughter, she just couldn't quit smiling when she saw her Easter basket with the Jelly Cats in it. You know, I got my little grandson a polo for over there, a little golfing shirt. So if he's going to church or whatever, he can wear that. That was awesome. You know, I had to get myself a little something there too, of course.
Got to.
You know, I had to. It was Easter. It's like Christmas, right? Easter, Christmas.
You tell me.
Birthdays, Passover. I mean, shouldn't I have to get something every time you go to St. Patrick? 5222 Burner Road, folks. They have everything that you want. Online orders, $49 or more, free shipping, and plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. That is our friends at St. Patrick. For more information, go to stpatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Also love AV Consultations.
Yes,
Shout out
sir.
to our guy, Tom McKay. Went to the Texas Stars game with him and his wife on Friday night. Had a great time. Nice win for the Texas Stars as well. They're about to start postseason play later this week. I love AV Consultations. What can they do for you? Well, they can hook you up with a TV setup that you've always dreamed of. You hear the Buck and I talk about our TVs all the time. You hear Wags, you hear Rodney, you hear Chip, you hear a bunch of our TSU team talk about AV Consultations because we are customers of Audiovisual Consultations. They hooked us up the same way they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans since 1988. So if you're tired of the way your TV is looking, or if you're tired of going to the sports bar every weekend to watch all of your favorite sports, call AV Consultations and get the badass home TV set up in the comfort of your own home. Whether it's a bunch of screens on one wall like I have, or you want that giant 85-incher like the Bucks got, it doesn't matter. AV Consultations has all the screens, all the surround sound, the whole home lighting, the everything that you need to take your home to the next level and make it way more badass. AVconsultations.com is the website. The phone number, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. It's audio visual consultations.
And our good friends over at Leaf Landscape and Landscape Company, let me tell you, you will love. My yard is looking fantastic. After the little bit of rain that I got, BK, roses are popping, smelling good outside, and a bunch of that stuff I did myself. But if you don't want to do it, call in the folks at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company, and they will contract it out to plenty of contractors that they have coming through their business at Pond Springs Road up north and Monterey Oaks down south. As for Jeff down south, he will hook you up, let you know what is growing right now, what will survive in different parts of Central Texas. They have got it done, and I've been doing it. I've been going there for over 25 years now to Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. And as I said, my yard's looking good, feeling good. Back is hurting. Thank you, Relax the Back, for saving me because I'm out there shoveling and digging it out. But I've learned a lot about landscape since I've been going to this place, and you can do it yourself. Really can. I mean, if you like to go out there and do these kind of things, just want to be outside and want to do things yourself, and you have certain parts of your landscape and around your home that you want to have grow different types of flowers, different types of plants, bushes, do it yourself. You'll learn a little lesson, believe me, because there's always lessons to be learned in Central Texas when planting things. The beauty that you see at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company doesn't always fit certain areas, but hey, give it a chance anyway.
Yeah.
They will invite you back to buy more.
Yes,
There's
they
nothing
will.
wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of spending. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
You can go back.
Yeah, and you just tell them you heard about them on TSU, and
Get
you'll get a
10%
discount.
off.
Yeah, they'll take the money and they'll hook you up with that deal every time. They got you.
They got your back, but I love the folks there. As I said, I've got my trees are popping and blooming, some small little oaks that I put out there. I haven't planted a couple plum trees that are looking good right now. So I want to thank the folks at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. They've been doing a great job, and they'll do a great job for you also.
Yes, indeed. And a quick shout out to centextickets.com. We're about to talk a little Longhorn baseball. I think everybody knows what's on deck for Texas baseball this coming weekend with Texas A&M coming to town. You want to talk about an atmosphere. Look, a great atmosphere this past weekend when Auburn was here. Obviously, the LSU series was bonkers. The Georgia series was nuts. But what we're about to get at the dish this weekend will be second to zero college baseball atmospheres in the country this season. If you want to be there in person for any or all three of those Texas A&M baseball games, head over to centextickets.com and get your tickets right now. And how about a discount? These tickets won't be cheap. We're giving you a discount. Type in Centex10 at checkout. You'll get 10% off your ticket purchase.
Nice.
For any ticket purchase. Texas baseball, Texas softball, concert tickets, Broadway tickets, comedy show tickets, whatever. It's all there on one site. That is centextickets.com.
Very nice.
Some funny comments coming in. The scholarship, was it the scholarship that ruined Bert Auburn? Perhaps. Scholarship Bert, a little bit different than walk-on Bert.
It's to get all the action, Bert, that got him.
Some folks insinuating that the NIL deals perhaps got to Bert Auburn. He was in a couple of commercials this past year.
Yeah,
that got to his head, or maybe Scully Poon.
Yeah, Scully Poon got him. That's what it is.
According to our guy, Steven Delgado. Good stuff from the people this morning. I don't know what it was, but something changed with Bert Auburn in 2024, and that's why Texas is making the change.
Kicked him out of the frat after the couple misses. Get out.
Yeah, you're out. We don't want you here. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, Bert.
Can't stay at the frat anymore. Go get an apartment somewhere. That's bad.
Nah, he goes from, oh, yeah, come on in, Bert. We'd love to have you, to, hey, who do you know here?
Oh, yeah. Get out. Just get out.
Yep. All right, Texas baseball. No number one curse for the Longhorns. Now, there were some Texas baseball fans who were freaking out last Monday when the new polls came out. They're like, I don't want to be the number one team in the country. There's too much pressure. There's a curse on that. I don't want that. I don't want those problems. Well, there were no problems for Texas baseball last week as they go 4-0 and they cap off the weekend with a 3-game sweep of number 8 Auburn.
Did they only give up 5 runs in this whole series?
They gave up 7 runs in the whole series. 2 runs on Thursday, 3 runs on Friday, and then 2 in a run rule victory on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I didn't get the Thursday score. That's what it was.
How about that? Sending a message right there. I mean, it's not only do you sweep a top 10 team, but you run rule them in the final game of the series. A 14-2 victory. Kimball Schuessler, who had a phenomenal weekend, capped off the series with a quote-unquote walk-off home run in the bottom of the 7th to give Texas that run rule win in the series finale on Saturday afternoon. And this Texas baseball team is rolling right now, Buck. And they got some help from around the conference. Texas is still in first place in the SEC. We knew that. That was the case going into the weekend. But because the Longhorns swept and the team that was in second place, Arkansas, lost 2 of 3 to Texas A&M, the Longhorns currently have a 3-game lead for first place in the SEC.
Very nice.
Must be a down year in the conference, though, right, Buck?
That's the way it goes.
It's got to be.
Get used to it.
It's got to be a down year in the league. Greg Sankey hooked us up with something, right? Daddy Sankey came through for Texas again.
Well, he hooked us up with that nice football schedule. This schedule is just what it is. It's SEC baseball. It's tough. So, sorry.
Yeah, we've played 3 top 10 teams in the last 5 weeks, but it's easy. Like, those teams aren't that good. They can't be that good.
No,
right?
They're good.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they're good.
Those teams that Texas is beating are going out and beating everybody else in the conference? Is that what's happening?
Texas is putting lots of runs up, too, now, all of a sudden.
Yeah, the offense has found its rhythm. Thursday was more of a pitcher's duel. I was at that game on Thursday night. Shout out to our guy Mark and our friends at Occupy Left Field for hooking us up there. But yeah, Friday, 8 runs on Friday and then 14 on Saturday. I mean, they got to the back end of the Auburn rotation and the Tigers bullpen as well. And we talked about Kimball Schuessler. I think he's going to be named SEC Conference Player of the Week with what he did this weekend. How about these numbers? He was 8 of 12 in the 3 games, 3 home runs, 10 RBIs, scored 5 runs. He had the go-ahead home run in the series opener on Thursday to give Texas the 3-2 lead in the 7th, and ultimately that was your final score. And then he hit 2 more home runs on Saturday, including that walk-off that we talked about to give Texas the run rule. Pretty impressive stuff for Kimball Schuessler, who had 0 home runs in his first 21 games of the year. He now has 6 home runs in the last 15 games. So he has found his power stroke, and Texas has needed it without Max Ballou. He's one of those guys that the Longhorns were hoping was going to step up. He has definitely stepped up. Here's a little bit from Jim Schlossnagle, by the way, Saturday during the postgame, talking about Kimball Schuessler and just the impact he has had on this Longhorn team so far in 2025.
The day for Kimball Schuessler, man. What a guy. What an incredible leader, baseball player, competitive athlete. One of the top 4 or 5 pure competitors that I've ever coached, and honored to be on his team.
That's saying a lot in a hurry, isn't it?
High praise. And yeah, Schloss has been around the block. I mean, that guy's been coaching college baseball for decades now. And to say that Kimball Schuessler is one of the top 4 or 5 competitors he's ever been around, I mean, look, the game speaks for itself, and the run he's on, I mean, it looks like a beach ball for him right now. But yeah, that is high praise for Kimball Schuessler. And another storyline from the weekend, Buck, Jonah Williams, the 5-star safety for the football team, he got his first 2 starts of the baseball season on Friday and Saturday. About 2 for 4 on Friday night, had 3 RBIs, the first 3 of his career. And then he follows it up with a 3 for 3 performance on Saturday. Also had a walk, so he reached base 4 times in the series finale. Like, this guy's not just, oh, it's a cute story, he could play 2 sports. No, this guy is a stud in both sports.
Is he going to find his way into the lineup? Obviously he's going to play more.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's your starter for the foreseeable future in left field. Because Texas, ever since Max Ballou went down, Ballou was your right fielder.
Right.
Tommy Farmer was your left fielder. They moved Farmer over to right, and they've been kind of trying a few different options in left field. Easton Winfield, the transfer, has been out there. A-Rod has played some out there, but that's not really his natural position.
Right.
You've tried a couple of different. Duplantier has played some out there too, but they haven't really found consistency at the plate from any of their left fielders. It's only a 2-game sample size, but Jonah Williams, I mean, 5 for 7 with a walk in 2 games started against a top 10 team. That's going to earn you some more PT, I would think.
No doubt.
So I fully expect Jonah Williams to be in the lineup tomorrow. And, barring something horrible happening at Texas State, I think Jonah Williams will at least start the opener on Friday against Texas A&M. But what a cool story that is. I mean, I can't wait for that guy to put the pads on and play football. But the fact that this guy is already making an impact as a true freshman, like early enrollee, again, this guy should still be in high school right now, Buck.
Yeah, that's different baseball. You come right in there and all of a sudden you make an impact immediately when you get your chance. That's taking advantage of your chance right there. And, you look at it football wise, and he wants to be a 2-sport guy. You're hoping. But don't get too good at baseball.
Hey, he can be too good at both. I mean, this guy, I don't want to compare him to Kyler Murray because we actually like Jonah Williams and we don't like Kyler Murray. But
and he's taller.
I don't think Jonah Williams would be a top 10 pick in the MLB draft like Kyler Murray was. And I don't think Jonah Williams is going to, win a Heisman Trophy like Kyler Murray did. But he's near that level of athlete to where I think he's got the capability to be one of the best players in college football down the road. Probably won't happen in year 1, but we're talking about a top 10 recruit in the country this season.
But you're finding out how good he could be in baseball.
But yeah, I mean, it wasn't like, hey, Steve Sarkisian called David Pierce, who offered Jonah Williams in baseball, I think. It was like, hey, David, will you, we really want this guy here for football. Will you just throw him a pity scully? Just put him on the team, give him a jersey, give him a locker, just so we could get him to play football at Texas. I think this was, David Pierce was like, yeah, no, happy to give him a scholarship. And Jim Schlossnagle was like, yeah, no, happy to have a scholarship for Jonah Williams. Like, this dude can play. And we're learning that. So that'd be a huge find if Jonah Williams is able to keep playing like he did this weekend, and he could contribute towards the bottom half of this Texas lineup that needs some more production coming from the bottom 3 or 4 bats. That would be massive for Texas baseball's chances to hold on to first place in the SEC.
No doubt.
By the way, Texas is now 8-1 against top 10 teams this year. They also have a run rule victory against an Ole Miss team that is currently ranked 11th in the country. So
Wow.
any of this talk about Texas having an easy schedule or beating a bunch of nobodies, it's malarkey, as the last president would say, Buck.
Well, they've got a. Do I have to call this a big series coming up, or is A&M a big series? How did A&M do last week?
Oh, no, A&M's playing some good ball. They actually helped Texas this weekend because A&M took 2 of 3 from an Arkansas team that was in second place in the SEC. So I think A&M has won like 8 of their last 9 games. They got off to a horrible start. They're still first place in the SEC.
They still have a horrible record.
Yeah, I mean, they're 8-10 in the conference, but they have they've turned it around a little bit. Like, they're playing their best baseball of the season right now, and that makes this series a little bit more interesting. Not that it needed any more intrigue with all of the other storylines that have that always come along with Texas and Texas A&M, but of course the Schloss element is there too, pouring gasoline on the fire. But yeah, the Aggies are they're playing well right now. So this is what you like to see, Buck. I want A&M to be 0 whatever when they play Texas. You want
them to be playing their best.
Have a little confidence.
Yes. Nothing like coming in here and getting slapped down.
Yeah, that's A&M baseball right now. They're playing decently well. Again, they went to Fayetteville and won a series against the number 2 team in the country, the Arkansas Razorbacks, after taking 2 of 3 from Tennessee a couple of weeks ago.
That's right.
When Tennessee was the number 1 team in college baseball. So yeah, A&M, I just pulled up their schedule.
Hey, Aggies aren't afraid.
They have won 7 of their last 8 SEC games. And if you include their midweek victories, they have won 9 of their last 10. So everybody was ready to stick a fork in Michael early in his first year as the head coach in Aggieland. And I don't know if they've already made a change there in their minds, but he's got things turned around a little bit.
Well, that's good because didn't the Aggies didn't they get beat by Texas State?
Yes, they did early in the year.
This is a big game for Texas. It's always a big game when you play Texas State. So
it is. Well, it's a big game. It's a big game for Texas State, and they proved earlier this year that if you don't treat it like a big game, you can lose to Texas State.
You don't want that to happen to you.
You don't want to get swept by the Bobcats.
No.
They came into your ballpark and beat you, so now do the same thing tomorrow night, please.
Absolutely, down there with the little choo-choo train and everything, yeah.
You do wonder because of what's coming up this weekend. You worry about the overlook.
We don't play any head game. You don't take Texas State lightly. Nobody does.
Just saying. Well, what happened the first time? I mean, Texas had number 3 Georgia coming to town the weekend, and they lost to Texas State in the middle of the week.
It's just a good baseball program.
It's been a good baseball program. It ain't. They're not having a great year, but they've got some quality wins this season. Got to pop the maroon balloon. Yeah, a lot of maroon on the slate this week.
Wow.
Texas State and Texas A&M. That's like the ugliest color in the world, and we're going to have to see it 4 times in the next 6 or 7 days. But Texas will stay number 1 in the polls. By the way, shout out to Max Grubbs and Dylan, the praying mantis philanthus. What do you think about that nickname?
I like that a lot.
The true freshman pitcher who has been, the best freshman pitcher in college baseball and one of the best pitchers in the country. That guy coming out of the pen has been nails for Texas all season long. And to do what he's done in the toughest conference in the sport as a freshman, it's just insane to watch. Dylan, the praying mantis philanthus, he was magnificent to hold on to that lead on Thursday, pitched well again on Friday. And then Max Grubbs, too, continues to get the job done on out of the pen for this Texas team. One more note from Jim Schlossnagle. Here's one bad thing from the weekend. Not a lot of bad. You sweep a top 10 team and you get a run rule victory in the finale. That's all good. But Texas ace Jared Spencer left his start early on Thursday night. He only lasted 2 2/3 innings before he got pulled. They brought the trainer out and he left the mound, and it wasn't good. Here's Jim Schlossnagle giving a little bit of an update after Saturday's game, talking about what's going on with Jared Spencer and what Texas's pitching rotation could look like this coming week.
We won't know what's going on with Jared for a while. I can't envision him pitching next weekend. So we wanted to have options for Friday and Saturday, and since we have a little bit extra time, then we can make those choices. But if we left him out there for a while, then we wouldn't have many choices. It would be have to be Luke maybe on the Friday game, or you start somebody else. And so we'll see how the rest of the week goes, and then have now we'll be juggling things.
So not ideal
before anything happened, huh?
Yeah, not ideal. I mean, it was described as arm soreness after the game on Thursday. It doesn't, I don't even want to say anything. I'll knock on wood and say it doesn't sound like something that's going to keep Jared Spencer out for a significant amount of time.
But just the fact he came out.
The fact that he came out and the fact that Schloss said he's probably not going to be able to pitch this weekend, it's a huge series, needless to say. And A&M's best pitcher is a guy named Ryan Prager, who is one of the best starting pitchers in all of college baseball. Like, you'd like to have your ace ready to go against him, and it sounds like Texas won't have its ace ready to go against the Aggies. So, look, you've built up a 3-game lead for first place in the conference. You're the number 1 team in the country. Just get Jared Spencer back at some point, and I think it'll be all good in the long term. But yeah, that's a bit of a bummer to see Jared Spencer leave early, and then to hear that he's probably not pitching against A&M. Not great. So we'll see if it's Ruger Riojas on Friday, or we'll see if Luke Harrison gets bumped up one day and gets the start on Friday. Just based on that sound, it sounds like Riojas might be your Friday guy, and then Luke Harrison will stay in his Saturday spot. And there might be a little Johnny Allstaff situation on Sunday. We might get a peek inside the mind of Jim Schlossnagle tomorrow night based on who starts this game in San Marcos.
Sure.
If Cade Bing's been the normal Tuesday starter, if he doesn't start tomorrow, maybe Cade Bing is your Sunday guy for the A&M series. Maybe it's Jason Flores. Who knows? He's got options. He'll juggle it. We'll figure it out. But, the one blemish on an otherwise perfect weekend for Longhorn baseball. All right, Buck, we will shift gears here. We've got some NBA playoffs to get into, some NHL playoffs to get into, and some more Texas football to discuss. But
let me ask you this, BK. Did you see that last night while we're in the baseball, the collision at the Padres and the Astros, the collision at first base? Whatever happened to the dude? I mean, I know he took a little bit of a shoulder when he's running down the first on that close play. But I didn't see him hit what did he do? Did he hit his head? Because I didn't see much in that collision except for, baseball dudes. I mean, hitting each other. I didn't see any massive collision in that. But he stayed down a long time.
Yeah, and they had to cart him off the field, too. I mean, it was an ugly scene in Houston last night. A collision at first base between Luis Arias of the Padres and Mauricio Dubon of the Astros. And Dubon got up right away after they collided, but Arias was on the ground for a long time. He was able to give the thumbs up as he was getting carted off the field. And I just did a quick Twitter search for Luis Arias, and thankfully he did post something on Instagram overnight saying he's okay. He's currently resting up. He plans to rejoin the team today. So yeah, it looked bad. Thankfully, doesn't sound like anything too serious for either of those guys.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what could that guy have done except for maybe slam his head, but it just didn't look like it was that big. I mean, it got him right in the chest, but I was thinking that his head slammed back, but it really didn't. I thought maybe it hurt his shoulder.
Yeah,
but he was down, dude. They brought out the cart, they brought out the board, they brought out everything for him.
Yeah, I mean, Dubon got him a little bit in the head. Maybe it was just more of whiplash.
Okay.
I mean, it's a full-speed car crash that those guys got into, basically, at first base. And, yeah, ugly scene last night in Houston, but seems like everything is okay.
Good.
Yeah,
no broken bones, no shoulder injury, none of that came out of that.
I do wonder. I mean, I don't know if baseball is going to overreact to one thing happening, but there was a moment in a different series this weekend where there was a bad collision at first base, somewhere in the bigs. And you got college baseball with that second bag that they've added, kind of that beer league softball bag where you have one in foul territory now.
Yeah.
I wonder if Major League Baseball is going to consider implementing something like that.
I don't know. It's just get the hell out of the way, will you?
All right. Yeah. I mean, look, you're usually able to avoid this. In those two instances, I guess you weren't. So again, I don't know if Major League Baseball is going to react or overreact.
They're pretty good athletes. I mean, one had semi-round shoulders going down to first. That dude.
Yeah, right.
The other guy from second, the guy who tagged him out was a regular player just flying down there to get that out. That's all.
Yeah, Mauricio Dubon's a stick. I mean, that guy's one of the players in baseball, but he's not a normal first baseman, right? He was running over from second base to go field the position and was running full speed from second base to get to first to catch the ball and step on the bag. And meanwhile, Arias is running full speed down the line to try to get the first and beat out the bunt. So it was, just a freak thing that happens. Thankfully everybody's okay, but Sunday Night Baseball, national TV last night, not an ideal scene.
No.
In Houston. Good weekend for the Astros. They did lose yesterday, but they did take 2 of 3 from a very good San Diego team. That's the first time all year the Astros have won back-to-back games. They won on Friday. They won on Saturday. The first time this year that they've won 2 games in a row. It's been a very
Padres team is loaded. Man.
Yeah, that whole division is loaded. You've got the Padres, you've got the Dodgers, you've got the Giants, and you've got the D-bags. Like all above 500 right now. They're all at least 4 games over 500. No other division in baseball has more than 3 teams. The AL Central or the AL East and the AL West have 3 teams that are above 500, but the third teams are only 1 game above 500. Meanwhile, the AL West has 4 teams that are at least 4 games over 500 right now. So, that division is off to a great start. The Dodgers took 2 of 3 from the Rangers in Arlington this weekend in your matchup of the last 2 World Series champs. The Rangers pitching is great. The Rangers can't hit right now. They lost 3-0 on Friday, and they lost 1-0 yesterday. They got a walk-off winner from Adolis Garcia on Saturday, which was cool to see. But the Rangers' bats have been a problem.
Yes.
Texas still in first place in the American League West, but they're going to need a few guys on offense to start figuring some things out. Jock Peterson, who was one of their big offseason acquisitions, has been a no-show at the plate so far.
Come on, Jock.
And Marcus Semien has been just a shell of himself in the first month of the MLB season. So,
what kind of year did he end up with last year?
Who, Semien?
Yeah.
Solid. Not great. I mean, nobody on the Rangers was that great, but
nothing like he had the World Series year. Nothing like that.
No. And to me, it was a loud, long contract, or long expensive contract, that the Rangers gave Marcus Semien. And there was always a fear that midway through / towards the end, it would cause some problems. And that's kind of what's happening. Rangers won a World Series. Don't care.
They don't care. That's right. What do you care?
Marcus Semien was a huge part of that, and he hit the dagger home run in the top of the 9th inning of the Game 5 that the Rangers won to ice that series against the D-bags.
You were there, weren't you?
I was there. Absolutely. They put me on TV after the game. Google me.
Google me, baby.
Who's the coach that says that? Google me. I've won everywhere I've been. Yeah, Google me. I don't know if I'm on there for that. I don't know if I'm on Google for anything. But, that was the best day of my life. But Semien hits that home run. He can do no wrong for me. But he is making a lot of money right now to stink up the joint. So
yes, he is.
That's what's happening. All right, there's a little baseball conversation for you. We will shift gears here in a moment, but first, Buck, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends at the Texas Orthopedics. Believe me, they believe in spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, they are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you've got a business or just a big event coming up that needs shirts, hats, signs, posters, stickers, whatever, reach out to our buddy Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They're based right here in South Austin. They will get you what you need, and they will get you what you need very, very quickly. Find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. You could shoot them a DM there, or you can call or text them at 512-300-9641.
Love it. Our friends over at Hat Creek Burger, 25 locations throughout the state. Found it right here in Austin, Texas, folks. They have great, great burgers. And now I can eat them on Friday. Yes, indeed. You get double on a Friday. Give me those great fries and wonderful strawberry shakes, banana pudding shakes they have. They have all those shakes. They have all those fries. They've got playscapes available for you there for your bring the kid in, have a family meal at Hat Creek Burger. Or, folks, if you want to have a drink or two, by the way, Mom and Dad, you can have that also at Hat Creek Burgers. And find out the locations that will be serving breakfast. They have a wonderful breakfast at certain locations that opens up at 7 a.m. at Hat Creek.
Yes, indeed. And now I can eat bread again, so I'll be going to Hat Creek this week.
There you go.
I broke Passover last night with a little Via 313 pizza.
Oh, man.
Shout out to our friends at Via 313.
Love those folks.
Fantastic dinner. But, yeah, Hat Creek will be in the cards. You know what else will be in the cards this week?
What's that?
OLIPOP.
There you go.
I'm back, baby. Well, I got to go to the store to officially be back because my fridge is out of OLIPOP. But love the greatness that is OLIPOP. Wash down your Hat Creek burger with an OLIPOP. You can wash down anything with an OLIPOP. If you haven't tried it yet, you are missing out. Great tasting soda that is actually good for you. They've got 19 different flavors to choose from, and it's easy to find. You don't have to go to some random-ass farmer's market to go get your OLIPOP.
Hey.
Go to H-E-B, go to Walmart, go to Target, go to Costco, go to Whole Foods, wherever you buy your groceries, get you some OLIPOP. Again, it's soda, tastes like soda, but it's actually good for you. You're going to love it. And you won't go back to the sodas that you have been drinking in the past once you try OLIPOP.
Yeah, I was at the farmer's market on Saturday.
There you go. By yourself?
Hey, all the guys missed you at the farmer's market.
How can you miss me when you don't know I exist?
Yeah, I've
never been to the farmer's market. It's not like I go a lot and I just no-showed this weekend.
When are you going to show up and get yourself a dozen eggs, some broccoli?
No, I'm not skipping through the farmer's market like you do every Saturday morning.
My lettuce is still good. They tried to get me to have some lettuce. I said, I'll take the carrots. Don't need the lettuce. I'm a lettuce rancher, you people. You don't understand. I could bring my lettuce to your farmer's market. I'm not going to, but I was there. I was there on Saturday.
Were you prancing through?
I had a little bag. I had my little bag over my shoulder. It was cute.
Did you go by yourself, or did you take some of the Texas cheaters with you?
No, I was alone. I thought I would sneak off alone, and no, I didn't meet anybody there.
I got to ask you this. Now that the lentil season is over, have you consumed candy yet?
Yes, I did on Sunday.
What'd you have?
I had what is that? Girardi's chocolates, a little chocolate square. Oh, it's so delicious.
Oh, the Ghirardelli.
Ghirardelli's or Girardi's.
Yeah, classic Yankees fan calling it Joe Girardi's chocolate.
Yeah, it was so good. Those things have been sitting in my cabinet with the bag open the whole time during the lentil season. And I'd go in there and I'd look in the bag and see if there was any left. They were all left. Dude, I must have ate 6 of those things yesterday in one sitting, just like 6, tore them all open and put them all in my mouth at one time. It was like the chocolate syrup that the place told me I was supposed to get a chocolate shake. You know, I did, and I made it through. I did a good job during Lent. Fridays, the no meat deal, made it. Did a good job, except for the first Friday. That was the only one that I thought I was having gumbo. I asked for seafood gumbo, but I think I got a piece of sausage in there, a little sausage in there that ended up being meat. But the Lord doesn't want you to waste food either, by the way.
Oh, you could have easily taken that sausage out.
It was in my mouth. I wasn't going to spit it on the ground.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be wasting food like that.
I'll spit it in a napkin and then give it to a homeless guy.
Yeah, here you go. You're not doing
Come on,
this.
you're not wasting food. He doesn't know it's been half eaten. He's getting a meal that he wouldn't have had otherwise. Come on.
Dude, that was the only thing. I did good. I did good. It wasn't like I did my my ice cream deal that I did for 2 years in a row, that I made it through the 40 days. I did pretty good with, I did good with the candy, and I did good with the, now that I have my fish place, only one fillet of fish through the whole deal, and it was lousy.
Yeah, you said you're never going back to McDanky's again during the lentil
No,
season. You're
no,
out.
I'm not going to do that. That's spoiled it for me.
Mm.
Or the Culver's, that's the place.
Culver's
That's
was
the
your
joint.
spot.
Because I can go see the Olds holding hands at lunchtime.
Yeah, where's that other hand?
Going to the bathroom. I'm not going in the bathroom there. Now that you did that, I had to go to the bathroom the other day, last time I was there, and I wouldn't go in because I didn't want to see him in the stalls getting it on.
Yeah, that's a scary thought right there. Bunch of olds just banging it out during your lunch hour. You're just
my
trying to
goodness.
be a good Christian,
Yeah.
enjoying
yeah.
a fish sandwich on a lentil Friday, and then all of a sudden
Yeah.
you walk in and you hear two old hags getting the job done in the
No,
bathroom.
I wouldn't go in the bathroom because of you doing that. But
Mm.
their shakes, no.
Not for
That's
you.
not real ice cream.
Get your Hat Creek then. That's the
Yes,
shake spot.
absolutely.
That's all you need right there. All right, quick playoff chatter as the NBA and the NHL playoffs both got going over the weekend. We'll start with the NBA, Buck. We'll start with last night's game because there's one Texas team in the NBA postseason. That is the Houston Rockets, the 2 seed in the Western Conference. They did not look like a 2 seed last night. A very uninspiring performance in game one for Houston at home against the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors end up winning by 10. Buck, the Dubs led by as many as 23 on the road last night. And we talked about it. Golden State has been the nemesis for Houston for the last decade. The Warriors and Rockets have met in 4 playoff series since 2015. The Warriors are 4-0. They're off to a pretty good start to make it 5-0, and the Rockets look like they still have some sort of mental block when they play Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Yeah, and now add Jimmy Butler in there for 25. That sucked. But, I don't know how you defend Curry any better. I mean, last night he got defended pretty well. They had hands in his face. They knocked him into the stands. I mean, the guy's he makes all these shots. And he's, by the way, some of these times he's well covered too. It's not like he makes shots when he's all alone. Like guys forget about him. It's not a series where, Steph Curry's in the corner. Let's just see if he makes it, because he makes it from everywhere. But they had hands all over that guy. That guy's just so good.
Yeah, he's awesome. I mean, he's the best shooter this game has ever seen.
Yes.
And I'll be honest, look, people say that, and that's obviously a very high praise of a guy. Think about all the great shooters there have been in this game of basketball.
He's the best ever.
But I feel like people diminish Steph Curry when they say that. He's one of the best players ever.
Yes.
Not just the best shooter. He's one of the best players ever. You look at his resume, what he's done with the Warriors, what he's done internationally. I mean, he carried USA to a gold medal this past summer. Like, this guy, just what he's done for the game of basketball. There aren't a lot of dudes who have ever picked up one of those things who have had a better career than Steph Curry.
Oh, no, he drives the lane. He handles the ball. He does his assist. I mean, he does everything.
He's amazing. He's amazing. And you're right. I mean, the Rockets are a great defensive team. The Rockets struggle offensively. They only scored 85 points. You saw some of those struggles last night. But even in the regular season, despite winning 52 games and getting the 2 seed, like, they had stretches where they looked like Texas basketball on offense. They just couldn't score. But defensively, they are elite.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how close they were on that guy, how he's making those shots. I'm like, he's not going to make this. This guy's all in his face.
Steph Curry, man. Yeah, and the Rockets, I mean, they tried Dylan Brooks on him. They tried Amen Thompson on him. I mean, they had Van Vliet on him for a bit. They had Jalen Green on him for a bit. I mean, he's Steph, man. He's Steph. He's different. And for the Rockets, like, we talked about Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler doing a great job. The Rockets need their backcourt to do something.
Yes.
Because the combination of Jalen Green and Fred Van Vliet went 7 of 34 last night. 17 combined points for those two. It goes without saying, at least it should go without saying, that the Rockets have no chance in this series if those are their performances they're going to get from those two guys. I mean, Van Vliet's your wily veteran who's won a championship before. Like, you brought him in to help be a leader and a guy who could step up in these big postseason games. And then Jalen Green's supposed to be your best player. That's why, like, That's why 100% of the Rockets fan base can't get behind Jalen Green. He obviously puts up great numbers. He's an all-star caliber player when he's on, but he has so many games like this.
Sure.
And to do that, it's one game. The Rockets could still win the series, and Jalen Green could turn it around and play great. But there's a lot of scuttlebutt, and I'm sure Houston Sports Radio this morning is dunking on Jalen Green pretty good, saying, hey, this is not the guy you can build your franchise around because you can't do that in a playoff game against, like, your biggest rival. That can't happen. So
no, he was not very good. So
yeah, just one game. Game 2. I always forget that the NBA does this. Basketball apparently so hard and physical, Buck, that you got to have 2 off days between games.
2 in between. I know.
In some of these series, so we won't see game 2 of Rockets Warriors until Wednesday, which is just freaking ridiculous. If hockey can play every other night, basketball can sure as hell play every other night.
Yeah, I watched that OKC game. Wow. I had to turn that thing on. That thing was, talking about mercy rule. You're right. It was like, can we call the game? They're not going to get close.
No, they should have ended that game at halftime. Like, obviously you can't do that, but there was no reason to even play a second half. 131-80 was the final score. 51-point margin. That is the largest game 1 win in NBA playoff history. Not the largest any playoff margin of victory, but the largest game 1. And yeah, I mean, Oklahoma City went on like a 51-17 run in the first half.
They tore them up, man.
It wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. I mean, Memphis, they played 2 play-in games last week. You always wonder about rest versus rust, right? Memphis obviously won their last play-in game against Dallas on Friday. So you're thinking, oh, maybe they've got some momentum. Maybe they could give OKC some trouble. And OKC's just been resting for the last week and change. But the rest clearly won out yesterday.
Boy, them getting that Hardenstein guy, he is a physical monster and has such a great touch in the lane, driving to the lane. He's not a great jump shooter, but boy, when he throws that little one-hander up in the lane, it's like automatic. That dude at one time was like 7 for 7.
Yeah, he ended the game 7 of 8. I think he did start 7 of 7, missed his last shot, but yeah, I mean, and he's like the 6th or 7th best player on their team.
Yeah.
And obviously they got SGA, who might be the MVP this year. Chet Holmgren's great. They've got the Jalen Williams. They've got Caruso. I mean, everybody played for them yesterday.
And they all play physical. They all, even Holmgren, those guys play physical.
Oh, it's a good team.
They will D you up, and they will rebound. Everybody rebounds.
Yep. They won 68 games in the regular season for a reason. I think there's only been like 6 or 7 teams ever who have won that many games in an NBA regular season. So, it's all for naught if you don't win a championship. But, yeah, Oklahoma City, I mean, the best team in basketball all season long, and they showed why in game 1 against Memphis yesterday.
Yeah, sorry about that, Memphis.
Cleveland taking care of Miami in game 1 of that series. Miami's pesky. They're going to fight, but
sure they are.
Cleveland just too good, and then Boston running away from Orlando in game 1 there on Sunday. The game of the weekend was Denver and the LA Clippers. That was Saturday afternoon with Russell Westbrook making some huge plays late to lead the Nuggets to a 112-110 overtime victory in that series.
This is the group that fired their coach, correct?
Yeah, the Nuggets fired their coach like a week before the playoffs started. And you can't say it worked. It's one game, but they did win game 1.
Yeah.
Nice come from behind victory there against Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, and the LA Clippers. It looks like that series is going to be really, really good. And I guess the biggest shock of the weekend was the Lakers getting absolutely boat raced at home by Minnesota.
You talking about getting out physical? That was crazy.
117-95. Like the West is different this year. You got to throw seeds out the window. The only seeds that you should look at are like 1 versus 8. Because Oklahoma City won 68 games this year. They were so much better than everybody else in the conference. Yes. But, like, the Rockets won 52 games. They're the 2 seed. The Warriors won 48 games. They're the 7 seed, right? So just 4 games of separation there. There was 1 game of separation between the 3 seed Lakers and the 6 seed Timberwolves. So normally you see a 3 versus 6, and it's like a big shock if a 6 seed, wins the series. But these are two teams that were basically even all year long. And I don't think anyone should be too surprised if the Wolves end
No.
up winning this thing. Now, I was surprised they won by 22 in Staples Center, or the Crip, whatever we're supposed to call it these days. But, yeah, I mean, that was a beatdown on Saturday night.
Certainly was.
And Luka Doncic had 37. He wasn't the problem, but the Lakers, I mean, LeBron looked old. That whole team looked out of sorts.
He looked a little tired.
Looked a little old. He looked a little tired. And, yeah, I mean, the Timberwolves, Anthony Edwards didn't have his best day. Rudy Gobert only had 2 points. Like, it was Naz Reid and Jaden McDaniels who did most of the heavy lifting for Minnesota. And that was an ugly showing by the new-look LA Lakers in their first playoff
No,
game.
that was not good.
No, it was not good. So you've got a couple games tonight. Game 2, Knicks Pistons. Game 2, Nuggets Clippers. Your TNT.
Yeah, the Knicks got it done the other day too.
Yeah, big comeback for them. I think they went on like a 21-0 run in the fourth quarter to overtake Detroit and hold serve at home.
That Brunson is too much, man.
Yeah. You know the Mavs had that guy.
They did, didn't they?
You know the Mavs drafted Luka Doncic and Jalen Brunson in the same draft. They got those guys on the same night, and they let them both go for nothing.
Wow.
Good job, Mavs. Embarrassing. Two of the best players in the league right now. And, yeah, Jalen Brunson's the real deal. He was awesome down the stretch in that game. Any Gold Star locks for the people tonight, Buck?
Who do we have tonight? We have the Knicks again, don't we?
Knicks are 6.5-point home favorites, and the Clippers are actually 1.5-point road favorites in Denver to even up that series.
Okay, well, I'll give you the Knicks for 10,000 unit play tonight.
By the way, we got to give you some credit because you missed your first play-in pick, but you got your 2 other play-in picks from the weekend. So you're now even money on the NBA postseason.
Yeah, we'll get 10,000 unit play.
And I'm sorry, you have 10,000 on the Knicks tonight?
Yes.
Okay, 10,000 on the New York Knickerbockers, minus 6.5 against Detroit basketball.
Yeah, these numbers in these games are going to go up. I mean, Golden State's going to be favored by some, Golden State is going to be favored. They're going to be that 6.5, 7-point favorite. I mean, even when they get home, hell, they may be 10-point favorite.
I don't think they'll be 10-point favorites.
But it could be 8.
That's interesting. I mean, if Golden State goes up 2-0 in Houston, yeah.
8.5.
Well, I'm looking at game 2. The line for game 2 is Houston minus 2.5. So Vegas thinks the Rockets are going to even things up on Wednesday night. The Warriors were favored in game 1 on the road, and they made Vegas look smart because they won and covered at Toyota Center last night. Vegas expects, and I expect too, I think this is going to be a long series. They think the Rockets will find a way to get the job done.
What are the OKC numbers going to start looking like?
Game 2 in that series is tomorrow. The Thunder are 14.5-point favorites.
In a playoff, 14.5.
Yeah, well, they won by 51 in game 1, so that line might not be big enough. We'll see if Memphis shows any signs of light. That was ugly in a hurry yesterday. Could have, turn that game off and go do your Easter egg hunts during that one. That was bad right there. One quick hockey nugget. We talked about it right at the start of today's show, but the Dallas Stars dropped game 1 in their first round series against
they
Colorado.
like to do those things.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to like doing. Everyone's got their fetishes, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't get why people are so in defeat. It's not my thing, but hey, if it's yours, more power to you. It's fine, whatever floats your boat. And that one ain't sinking mine. But it's a weird fetish to have where you just like losing game 1s of playoff series. That's what the Stars apparently enjoy doing because that is their 8th straight game 1 defeat.
Jeez.
And the good news for Stars fans, they've won 4 of the previous 7 series. So it's not like, they lose game 1 and then they're done.
Yeah, I'd like to say they looked good in losing, but there was nothing good that they looked like in that game.
Yeah, it was 2-1 midway through the third, and then things got out of hand. It ended up being a 5-1 final. I thought Dallas looked okay. I didn't think they looked overmatched in that series. I mean, Colorado's first 2 goals were incredibly lucky. Their first goal, I don't know if you saw this one, Buck, but it was unlike any goal that I've ever seen in a hockey game in my entire life. I don't care. Pee-wee, juniors, beer league, college, NHL, regular season playoffs, whatever. An Avalanche player was getting knocked down, and as he was getting knocked down, he kicked the puck in the air ninja style, and it ended up in the back of the net.
Nice move.
And you're not allowed to kick it in.
No.
Like, that's against the rules, but
you should have done ricochet. That wasn't.
No, he kicked it in, but he was falling. Like, he didn't try to kick it in. He was falling down, and his skates were just flailing in the air. And, like, I'm not that mad that they called it a goal because it was awesome. Like, I'm a believer in if you do something super badass, to hell with the rules. Like, if you posterize somebody in basketball, it should never be an offensive foul because it looked cool.
Yeah.
The poster should stand. There's certain things that, like, if you do something so cool that no one else can do it and no one else has ever seen it, then let it stand. I'm just mad that it happened against my favorite team. Like, that's just the worst puck luck in the world. And then the second goal was off a Dallas Stars player, just an unfortunate bounce. So, yeah, the two goals that Colorado scored really when the game was close were just incredibly fortunate for them and incredibly unfortunate for Dallas. We'll see if the Stars can even things up. Game 2 in that one tonight. But, yeah, the Stars have lost 8 straight game ones. That is 2 shy of the NHL record. And it's not a record you would like to break.
No, heck no.
I don't think. Hopefully Dallas can even things up before we go to Denver for Game 3 later in the week. But, yeah, it's a great time of year to be a sports fan, man. I mean, the Stanley Cup playoffs, you don't have to be a hockey fan. If you just like sports, if you like competition, if you want to be entertained, it's on ESPN or TNT. Like, whatever channel the basketball is not on, the hockey's going to be on. So
for sure,
it'll be easy to find over these next few weeks. And I highly recommend you check it out because it's as good as it gets.
Yes, it does, brother.
All right, before we shift gears, we got more Texas football to get into. Again, we will rehash the transfer portal pickups for the Longhorns, and we also have some player sound from late last week. Colin Simmons has some very lofty expectations for his own game in 2025.
Nice.
I'll let you hear from the rising sophomore in a moment, but first, a few more sponsor shout-outs, Buck.
See our good friends at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. Folks, all your alcohol needs, you can get it right there, whether you go into the store located right at the end of Southwest Parkway before you hit Mopac, or you need them to deliver to you. They're a wholesale distributor. They can get it all out to you. Any party that you're having, springtime celebration, weddings, you name it, they can get it to you at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. You'll find Altstadt Beer there, and they have all the different types of Altstadt Beer right at 34 Wine and Spirits.
And thank the Lord I can drink the Altstadt Beer once again.
There you go.
Now that Passover is over, I'm back, baby. I need to send a fax to 34 Wine and Spirits like Michael Jordan did, saying I'm back with that press release.
Yes.
I need to do that to 34 Wine and Spirits and the Altstadt Brewery because I am officially back in the game. Love the Altstadt Beer. Hopefully whatever you were doing this weekend, you accompanied your good times with the Altstadt Beer. But again, we just talked about it being a great time to be a sports fan with the hockey and basketball playoffs, with college baseball and Major League Baseball in full swing. Hey, you got the NFL draft on Thursday. You need a great beer to watch the draft with. Altstadt Beer checks every box. It's brewed locally. They've got a bunch of different brews. There are no preservatives in any of the Altstadt family of beers. And the price, too. You're not paying an arm and a leg. This is a local craft beer, but you're not paying a bunch of money to get it. It's like getting a luxury car at a family sedan price. I'm telling you, Altstadt checks every box. If you haven't tried it yet, you are missing out. One sip, and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Nice. And our good friends at Relax the Back, folks, if you're having problems with your back, please head on over to the Relax the Back store with their wonderful 2 locations here in the Austin area. If you've got any problems with your shoulders, your hips, lumbar area, especially as you're getting ready for you golfers out there, you run out there and start playing around the golf and you're not stretched out the right way, please head to the Relax the Back store at BK's, the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. I was off the big taco into my Relax the Back chair and feeling great watching golf yesterday.
There we go. Love that. Love our friends at Relax.
Give myself a recliner. If I get a recliner, I'm liable never to go to bed. I'm liable to stay up here just sleep in the recliner, you know?
Why not?
I know.
You talked about your wife snoring last week.
She's still not back.
What do you mean
She's
not
still in
back?
the other room. She still does her other room thing.
Wow, you kicked her out?
Well, I mean, because I'm not allowed to go in that room with my
Okay.
filthy body. No, that's for guests and her. That is weird, isn't it? I'm a guest up in, like, I'm not even good enough to be a guest up in here.
Hey, good for you.
I get the
Like,
big bed.
usually it's the husband who gets forced out into the
No,
guest room, but you forced your wife out. Well done.
no. Eventually, women want their own bathroom, and they want, they like to have it their way. Eventually, after a while, if there's a couple bathrooms in a place in a house, they eventually have to have their own bathroom.
Hmm.
They don't even like to go in the toilet after you. They look at you, go, "No, I'll go to the toilet at the other side."
I don't blame them.
I got no problems with it.
I wouldn't want to go in the toilet after me either. I wouldn't want to go after you. I wouldn't go after me. I definitely wouldn't want to go after Wags. I don't want any part of that.
Oh my goodness.
No,
Yeah, they
thank you.
get their own spots.
Okay.
Like I'm up here and up the stairs in this room where I do the show and stuff is, where I got the big screen and everything else. It's like when my wife comes in and she goes, "Can we clean this up a little bit?" I'm like, who else is coming up here? It's not that bad.
It's terrible.
It's
Yeah,
just the papers are kind of not like together, and
she's turned into look, I don't know her mother, but like she's turned into the stereotypical mother. That's what the mom always does, right? Like you have friends or family coming to your house. They're not going to go into your room. They're going to hang out in the living room, the dining room, whatever. They're not going to be like snooping around the house to see if your bed is made or if your room is clean. But yet, if you have company coming over, every room in the house has to be spotless.
No, they don't get to look in. I don't like, no.
No one's going to, like, I've been to your house. No one's going upstairs. There's not a lot going on there. So everything's downstairs at your place.
I don't get that.
You gotta have it clean. That's the stereotypical motherly bit that she's showing you right now.
Maybe I'm the one who turned into my mom too.
Yeah, well, we all there's a whole line of progressive commercials about us turning into our parents, right?
Yeah, those are funny as hell.
Those are hilarious. Yeah, it's a real thing.
It is a real thing. Yes, it is a real thing.
I catch
Yeah,
myself.
my mother was a gardener. I've turned into my mother a long time ago. That
There you
didn't take
go.
long. That didn't take long with that.
My mother's a good person. One of these days, I hope to turn into that. Haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, haven't gotten there yet.
There you
Oh,
go.
man. Quick shout out to our friends at Circuit of the Americas, by the way. We talk about the Coda text line all the time.
Oh,
You've
yeah.
got the GT World Challenge coming out the Coda this weekend. So if you're looking for something to do here in Central Texas this weekend, SRO Motorsports America is headed back to the circuit to showcase the best GT racing in the world. So if you want to watch some cars go really, really fast, you can do that at the circuit. Go to circuitoftheamericas.com for tickets and more information. And oh, by the way, you can get your F1 tickets on sale right now.
Now you're talking.
They announced the headliners, Buck. Did you see this?
No, I didn't. Who's coming?
So we've got 3 headliners this year. Not just 2. Usually it's just a Saturday and a Sunday, right?
Okay. Yep.
They've got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this year.
Wow.
Kygo is your Friday night artist. Garth Brooks is your day 2 artists.
Now you're talking.
And then the Turnpike Troubadours. Very popular country.
Sure.
act.
Garth Brooks and Turnpike Troubadours, huh?
Kygo, Garth Brooks, and Turnpike Troubadours.
I don't know a damn thing about Diego.
I don't think I said Diego.
Kygo?
Did I say Diego?
Sounded like you said Diego, but you said Kygo?
Yeah, he's like a DJ. It's like dance, electronic type of music.
Oh, that's where the people are just going to stand up the whole time and with their hands in the air?
Fist bump, doing some drugs,
standing,
dancing. You're going to see you want to people watch. I mean, you can always people watch at the circuit because there's all sorts of folks from all across the world who hang out there. But you go to a Kygo DJ set, and you're going to see some interesting stuff out there.
Is that what DJ Khaled does? Does he do that kind of stuff? Is that what he's known for?
No, I don't know. DJ Khaled's more of like a rap DJ.
But he goes to clubs and just plays music and gets them dancing, right? To
Yeah,
big clubs.
he doesn't perform a whole lot. Like
I
he
mean,
just
he's not
plays.
actually. Yeah. Okay. Oh, he doesn't.
They'll give him a couple of lines, and sometimes he'll get like a short verse in a song, but he knows better.
He knows he shouldn't be trying
No.
to sing or trying to rap.
In the words of the great LeVar Ball, stay in your lane.
Yeah. Okay.
He stays in his lane. So different kind of DJ, but still a DJ. So there you go. You can get your F1 tickets right now at circuitoftheamericas.com.
Nice.
All right, let's let you hear from some Texas football players. Of course, the big news, we started off the show with it. If you want to go back and listen or watch, you could scroll back, and obviously we'll put the podcast up right after our show is over. But Texas landing 3 transfer portal commits over the weekend. They all announced their commitments on Friday within the span of 3 hours. Former Maryland defensive tackle Levon Johnson, former Cal tight end Jack Indries, and former Texas State kicker Mason Shipley will all be coming to Texas. 3 big-time pickups for the Longhorns at positions of need. Of course, the news that dropped Thursday afternoon, Bert Auburn is hitting the portal, so that left a void in the Texas kicker room. The Longhorns filled that void very, very quickly. And, yeah, they have added a wide receiver, a tight end, a defensive lineman, and a kicker so far in this spring portal window. We'll see if Sark has any more tricks up his sleeve.
Got to have need another defensive lineman.
You want one more?
I need one more. I hate to say it, but and I know it's hard to do. I need a player, like a real play. I need somebody. Well, as I said, but those guys generally don't leave where they are because they're already found. Somebody already knows what they're all about. It's not like they have to put game film out. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Guys like that have enough game film where they are. Even if they're on a not so good team, people know who they are and how destructive they can be. And those guys generally don't pick up and leave, and they make the NIL money where they are. So giving them a couple extra bucks to go to a different location just because you're playing the SEC or whatever it is. They ain't looking for championships. They're looking for money. Because they know that a year from now,
a lot of these guys are.
Yeah.
No, you're right. A lot of these guys are just looking at the spot that can give them the biggest bag. So,
sure.
Look, Texas has plenty of resources. I think that helps. Like, I don't think – we talked about Levon Johnson, right? He committed to North Carolina Friday morning, and then by Friday afternoon, he had committed to Texas. I don't think he just had a change of heart there. I think Texas had a change of offer there.
Sure.
So, and Levon Johnson, I mean, those big guys on the defense, hell, any offensive or defensive lineman, I think, is going to command a decent amount of money in the portal because those dudes are hard to find. I mean, Levon Johnson's a rotational player. We're not talking about
he's trying to make a name for himself.
Yeah, we're not talking about a former 5-star here. We're not talking about a guy who has, a 5-sack season to his name. This guy had 14 tackles and a half a TFL this past year. And Texas probably had to money whip him to get him to come here instead of North Carolina. Yeah. So, hopefully there is a big-time player out there, but you're right. Those guys generally get paid by the schools that they're at because if you've got a player like that, you don't want them to leave.
No.
Those dudes are valuable. So I
don't think – they're like quarterbacks.
Yeah, I don't think Texas is done. There's a Syracuse transfer, by the name of Murad Watson, who's a defensive lineman, who I saw a tweet over the weekend that said Georgia, Ohio State, Tennessee, and Texas are the 4 teams to watch for this guy.
Nice. Also, there's a couple of weeks ago, you had said something about a Syracuse. That was a month ago about the kid, the wide receiver. Where did he ever end up now that they lost their quarterback is gone?
It's a great question.
Where did that dude end up?
Trevor Pena is the name that you're talking about.
Yeah.
A really good wide receiver and an elite return man as well. And that's like the only way I would see Texas going after another wide receiver like that in the portal is if he can also return.
Sure.
Right? Because Texas obviously is losing Silas Bolden, and they've used wide receivers as their primary returners in each of the last 3 seasons. So if they want to use a wide receiver and they want to get a guy who they know is a good returner, then Trevor Pena would make some sense. Quick Google search. I don't think he's committed yet. He's still out there. So I haven't seen anything. Portal? Yeah, he's in the portal.
Okay.
He's in the portal. I haven't seen anything that has linked Texas to Trevor Pena. That's just kind of wishful thinking by me at this point. But apparently he's taking a visit to Penn State. Apparently Oregon is in the mix as well. So there's there are a lot of folks interested in the services of, I think he was second-team All-ACC at Syracuse last year.
Okay.
Trevor Pena. But no, this is a defensive lineman. 31 tackles, 1 sack last year. Like, not crazy numbers. And again, Georgia, Ohio State, Tennessee, and Texas are the teams that are looking at this guy right now. Which goes to show you the point you were making. These dudes are pretty valuable.
Yes, they are.
And Syracuse has some resources, but they don't have the resources that those 4 schools have.
No, they do not.
So keep an eye out on that name. That probably will turn into a bidding war if those are the schools that are interested. And we'll see if Texas is willing to spend the most.
Yeah, they've got that. I'm just saying, if you can find one more of those big guys that actually is a guy that you pencil in as, he's the substitute guy, but he also can be a starter immediately. Mm-hmm. Bring him on.
Yeah. Speaking of the portal, wild portal story out of Norman, Oklahoma from the weekend, where David Stone, their biggest recruit in last year's class, 2024, a defensive lineman who was one of the top 10 players in the country coming out of high school, he entered the portal late last week.
Wow.
And Oklahoma was able to keep him. He withdrew his name, and he's going back to Norman. So he pulled a little Nico Iamaleava, but unlike Tennessee, Oklahoma's like, oh, whatever you want, sir. We can't lose you.
Yeah, they can't
afford money.
No, the coach can't afford to lose that guy.
No, he can't. Brent Venables is on a much hotter seat than Josh Heupel is.
Yes, for sure.
And even though it's a D lineman versus a quarterback, we know what position is more important there. That was one of the good things that Brent Venables had going for him. He was still bringing in elite defensive recruits. And if you lose one of the best, maybe your best defensive recruit in the last few seasons, that would have been bad for BV. So I'm glad they kept him because I want Venables to stay in Norman for a long time.
Absolutely, man. Just keep on drinking out of that fire hose. We want that.
Keep blowing and going.
Just keep up the good work, man.
He wasn't just drinking, Buck.
He was blowing and going.
I'll let you hear from Brent Venables. I'll let him tell you what he was doing on that dude's hose.
It's been just like you would expect. The fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth here, and we've been blowing and going. And so
I don't think I would ever thought of that as my opening statement. Just it wouldn't have worked right for me.
Yeah, and those hand gestures too. Probably would have left those at home.
That's not good. That's not good, Coach.
You know what? Why are you jerking the fire hose, guy?
Yeah, just hold on to it. You don't have to move it.
No. Why do you have a fire hose in the first place? You're a football coach.
I don't know what he was doing. He didn't know what he was doing that day. Things haven't worked out since that time.
I don't know how much he knows what he's doing now, a few years later, to be perfectly honest with you. But that was your big story from the weekend. Yeah, Oklahoma almost lost one of its best players, but they were able to do what they needed to do to keep him around. That would have been a guy Steve Sarkisian talks about not wanting guys who only care about the money. Now, every coach says that. And again, let's call a spade a spade. Texas is spending money. That's why they're able to bring in a lot of these transfers.
All the guys want the money because they can get the money.
So it's like David Stone seems like a money-hungry merchant who, like, that's really all he cares about is just going to the place that's going to give him the biggest bag every single year.
Well, the thing is, especially if you're a guy who's going for a year, you're going for the bag.
Yeah. Well, because David Stone, he's got 2 years left of college. He's only a rising sophomore, so.
But does he have to be there, or does he just need one more year?
No, he needs 2 more years.
Oh, okay.
But he could. I mean, we see guys. You might as well have 1-year contracts on these kids right now. See, guys they switch schools every year because they know they can get more money if they leave.
That's the crazy part. I don't want to pack. I want to be packing and going somewhere else.
Those guys don't have to pack. They pay somebody to do it for them.
Yeah, they are making a lot of coin.
Hey, if you want me to come to your school, then not only will you pay me this, but you're also going to send one of your cronies up there to pack my shit for me.
One of your coaches is coming up to make sure that I get all my stuff packed.
We talk about these guys being professionals now. In the workforce, that happens all the time. Not in our industry. Not enough money going around in our industry, but like if you move, people will pay a relocation fee for you.
Absolutely.
If your company asks you to work or asks you to move, or if you just take a job at a different place, they will have a moving fee built in.
I
So
would agree with you. It sounds sophisticated, but it's just a part of the move now.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
it's just you'd say, well, that son of a gun is lazy. He can't even get a group, his uncles and whoever else he's paying to move him. No, why? When it's a part of the deal.
Yeah, get somebody to do it for you.
Yeah.
Hell, even if the school doesn't send movers, they're paying you enough money. You pay for your own movers.
That's what I'm saying. Put that in a moving budget.
Yeah, that'll work out pretty well.
Get
All
my
right.
car up there too. I'm not driving it. My car will be shipped up there.
Yeah.
Or you'll have a new car waiting for me when I get there.
That's more likely, right? Oh,
Yeah.
the old car, hey, that's dad's now, or that's sister's now, or that's
Oh,
uncle's now.
no.
I need me a new whip. All right.
It has gotten to that point. It has been to that point now.
I was going to say, we're past that point now, unfortunately. All right. Let's let you hear some sound from some of the current Texas players, some of the guys who have already been on campus. How about Colin Simmons, Buck? What a freshman year for Colin Simmons. Named the Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year in college football. Just burst onto the scene in his first year on the 40 acres. And big things are expected from Colin Simmons in year two. I wouldn't be surprised if he is first team preseason all SEC when we get to media days a little bit later in the summer. Colin Simmons is a confident kid. I mean, he should be after what he did in high school and then what he did in 2024. But we've got a little Q&A. It's a very short answer from Colin Simmons, but he was asked how many sacks he wants to have this season. Here's what he said.
How many sacks are you going to get this year? Game predictions.
I'm trying to break the sack record. I'll just say that.
Just pretty simple, huh?
Did you catch that?
I want to just kind of simple. I want to break the sack record. Whatever the sack record is. You're freezing up on me.
Back?
Yeah.
Not back?
Now you're back.
Do you know what the school sack record is? You got me now?
Yeah, I got you. I have no clue.
Oh, no. I look fine over here on my end. Okay.
Oh, you're good.
All right. Oh, all right. I'm talking now. Okay. The school record is 22 and a half sacks, Buck. Kiki Diallo owns the Texas single-season school record with 22 and a half sacks.
Kiki Diallo. I remember those days.
That is Colin Simmons' goal this season. It's pretty lofty.
That would be unbelievable.
Talk about confidence. Like, I mean,
wow.
If Colin Simmons ended up with double-digit sacks, like, all right, we'll take that. That's a very good year. I mean, he had 9 last season, so you think he could get to 10? You'd like to think
I can see him getting to 12 to 14 sacks.
Yeah, but he's saying he wants 22 and a half this year. Like,
that excites me. I'll be counting.
Yeah, he wants to break the record, which I guess means he would get 23 this season.
Oh, yeah, I'll be counting now.
So I think Colin Simmons knows that, too. I don't think he's just like, I'm going to say something that's going to generate headlines. Like, I'll just say I'm going to break the record. No, I think he knows exactly what the record is, and I think that is legitimately his goal for 2025.
Got to set those goals.
That would have been my follow-up question there. I would have been like, do you know what that record is, Colin? You know what you're predicting that you're going to do?
It's a lot of sacks, dude, in a season.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be thrilled with 15. I'll be thrilled with 15.
Yeah,
I'm thinking
14 sounds nice to me.
Yeah, and man, I'm excited to see what Colin Simmons does in year two. Obviously, no Baron Sorrell in that Texas edge room, but you're still loaded at that spot with Trey Moore coming back and our guy Ethan Burke and Colton Vosick, and you've got some other talented dudes that hopefully will help make life easier for Colin Simmons to get some one-on-ones. But and that guy's going to draw a lot of attention from other teams this year.
Yeah, he's a game wrecker.
Yeah, doesn't matter if you're a 5-star, you're still a true freshman, right? It's rare true freshmen will command a ton of attention, but now everybody knows who Colin Simmons is. He's going to get double teamed a lot, I think, this fall.
Yeah, you can't have him destroying your offensive game plan.
No, and he's that type of player, though. He's capable of doing that. And yeah, as Jake says, he'd be a Heisman finalist if he gets to 20 sacks, he's going to be a
there's a
Heisman
good chance.
finalist.
Once again, I'm still a little skeptical of what can happen in the middle. So I've seen it. I've seen unbelievable play over the last 2 years. I don't. Unless somebody comes out of this portal and just is a unbelievable standout, I don't know how much production. This is the year, and I don't think you get that kind of production. It's hard to get that kind of production back-to-back years. I know it's Texas. I know it's the SEC. I know things have worked out, but they've worked out for 2 years, BK. I just think there's just a little bit of a drop.
Well, keep saying that because you said the same thing last year, and I did too. I think most Texas fans did, and we were wrong. We thought there'd be a drop-off after losing Murphy and T. Sweat, and there really wasn't one.
Well, we didn't drop off about the secondary. That was amazing.
Yeah. Like certain areas got better, some areas got worse. But you lose 2 top 40 Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat were the best 2 interior D linemen in America in 2023.
Yes,
it wasn't just like they were the best tandem collectively. No, like they were number 1 and 2 as the best defensive tackles in the sport 2 years ago.
Yep.
So it's like you lose those guys, you're not going to be as good up front. Texas was just about as good up front. So we'll say the same thing this year and hope
I got to say,
twice.
That's the position that worries me more than any of the positions, really.
I think on defense, that's the one that
wide
receiver
is the one that has me worried on offense still right now. I would expect this offensive line with that offensive line coach to be better at the run, better at short yardage. They've got a boatload of running backs. They don't have a boatload of wide receivers. They just don't. Not proven guys.
Yeah,
you got a new quarterback.
You got a new quarterback. Yeah, I think it's the lines of scrimmage that worry me the most about Texas. Both sides of the ball. I mean, again, the edge room is loaded, so I'm with you. I think it's more of the inside.
Yeah.
Defensive line that gives me a little hesitation.
I think they'll be fine at linebacker. Whatever they do in the middle, I think they'll be just fine.
Yeah, and Sark said it last week. He thinks the secondary might be the strength of the team. And even though, Jahdae Barron and Andrew Makuba are gone, Texas has recruited so well there. And they've got talent, they've got depth, they've got experience. I mean, that secondary room should be one of the best in America again this season. You've got Hill and LaFau and Brad Spence at linebacker, and you've got the edge guys that we just talked about. So everywhere else on defense, I think you're really good. But, yeah, defensive tackle. I mean, they're not bringing in 4 transfers just for fun. They're bringing them in because they're worried about what they have.
Yes.
So, I think they're doing about as well as they could realistically do. And going out and getting the 5-star Justice Terry from the state of Georgia like that, you would do that any year, but especially a year where you feel like you need some defensive linemen because you haven't recruited that well there the past few seasons. Because, again, Bo Davis, for as great as he was, he kind of took his foot off the gas as a recruiter his last couple of cycles, and that's why Texas is in the spot that it's in right now. So they made it a point of emphasis to get a hell of a lot better at that spot. And Steve Sarkisian's been open about it for years. Like, to compete in the SEC, you have to win up front.
Yes.
And you can't have a down year up front and expect to, win championships in this conference. So
now this is go time right now.
Yeah. I think they'll get one more. I think they're going to add one more defensive lineman. They're not going to be able to find a guaranteed war daddy out there.
No, I don't think so.
There's only I don't even know how many of those guys exist in college football. And like you said, they don't.
Well, they're all playing. Most of them are playing in your own conference. That's what it is.
Yeah, and Georgia's going to pay them to stay, and Bama's going to pay them to stay, and Ohio State, I know not in the conference, but they're going to pay them to stay.
Right.
So tough to find those true war daddies.
You got to start getting those homegrown guys coming out of high school. It looks like just like you've done with the offensive line, you're going to have to start working that way with your defense. You're getting those guys on the outside. You're going to have to get them on the inside. They're tough to come by, but they're in this state.
Yeah, they are. I think Texas might have to go portal heavy next year too at defensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
But the hope is they're able to bring in another. They brought in 3 defensive linemen this year. The hope is they can bring in 3 or 4 more next year to where okay, down the road 2027 and beyond, you feel like you don't need to bring in multiple bodies at defensive tackle every single year because that's
I'll be interested to see what the recruiting looks like in June here.
Yeah. Right now, they haven't done a ton for the class of 2026 from a high school standpoint. But yeah, that will pick up, I'm sure,
Absolutely.
after spring ball and the portal.
We know how Sark is in June.
Yes, indeed. All right, one more.
Except for he's got baby duty.
Oh, daddy duty?
Yeah, he got daddy duty.
Oh, he's got a clean baby duty, I guess.
Ugh.
That's part of daddy duty, is cleaning up baby duty.
Yeah, eventually you have to get to that part.
Is that the worst part?
No, not really. Just hold them upside down on the sink and to that little sprayer. Just spray them down and stick them on a pad somewhere. They're good.
That little sprayer. What are you taking, a garden hose?
Well, right by my sink, there's a little sprayer, the little nozzle there that sprays the stuff.
You got one of those fancy sinks.
Yeah, flip them around and just spray them down. Throw some paper on it, paper towel, stick them on the side. Put them on the counter.
You do that in the kitchen? No way. Changing diapers, you're putting shit in your sink?
No.
Shit on your counters?
Well, you can do whatever you have to do. Hey, when you're a daddy, you do it. You put them anywhere.
Yeah,
to change them.
I ain't putting crap in my food. You can
wash that out too.
Oh, I'm not doing that, dude. No, thank you.
I did diapers right from the get. I was okay.
Yeah, changing diapers sucks.
It does. Nothing like baby poop smells too.
I think all poop smells.
Baby poop's even the worst. Cat shit. That and cat shit.
Yeah, what are you comparing shit? You just every time you see a shit when you're on a walk, you just get down real close and smell?
No, I know from experience from having animals and kids and being the oldest of 8.
Yeah, you got like a shit power ranking somewhere, like just a list where you jot things down at your place?
You know, and baby puke never bothered me. Kids throwing up on me. Baby puke has it's all right.
It's got a nice smell to it.
Yeah, it doesn't really stink, but baby crap. I mean, if you're eating peas and all that stuff, you know that carrots, Gerber carrots and peas, that'll make your shit smell.
Yeah, I believe that. I don't want any part of that stuff there.
Well, then again, no worse than you and Taco Bell. That can't be that great either.
No, yeah, I don't claim that my shit doesn't stink. A lot of people out there do. I am not one of those people.
No, I'm not one either.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. All right, I don't know how we got there.
We did.
Some news from the weekend, Buck. Lee Corso is retiring. Did you see this?
I see that. Yes, it's time.
After 38 years, the former coach is hanging up the headgear, but he's not done just yet.
Oh, no.
He's gonna do one final show. Week 1 of the college football season. He's gonna make one last headgear pick. And we all know the best game of the opening weekend of the 2025 season is Texas at Ohio State. So we don't have an official confirmation on where College Game Day is going to be. But you would think, you got a rematch of the playoff game. You got the defending champs. You got 2 blue bloods. You got what's probably going to be a top 3 matchup going into the season. That's probably where Lee Corso is going to be, right?
Yeah.
It is a Fox game, but still, I think ESPN's going to.
Of course, yes.
Going to be there. They should. It'd be silly for them not to, right? So Lee Corso's final headgear pick could be a hook'em head.
Nice.
That'd be nice.
I got that one. I like that a lot.
Remember Lee Corso with the iconic pick of Texas in the 2005 national championship game. Everybody else on set picked USC. Buck, who did you pick in that game?
I picked the Trojans.
Oh, boy. So Lee Corso was right, and you were wrong on that one.
Yes.
Lee Corso donned the hook'em headgear, and he was dead on with his pick. He also picked Texas in College Station last year to beat the Aggies, and that was a pretty legendary moment. And, of course, the Longhorns did what they always do against Texas A&M and took them down. Lee Corso's had some great moments picking Texas over the years. How cool would that be if look, I don't care who he picks. I want Texas to win that game. But if he picks Texas and then the Longhorns go out and beat the defending champs at the shoe, it'd be a pretty great way to start the year.
Yeah, good way for the old man to go out, too.
Yeah, and this
at least what is he, 82, 83?
I think he's older than that.
Yow.
I'm gonna look this
up. Is
he
as old as the Pope?
Lee Corso is older than the Pope. The Pope died at 88. Lee Corso's 89.
Wow.
And he will turn 90 in August. So he will be 90 at the start of the season when he does his final pick.
Man.
I mean, he's a legend, but he probably should have retired a few years ago, right?
About 9 or 10 years ago.
Oh, I don't know about that long.
Yeah.
The last couple of years, he sounded a bit drunk on the set.
Well, it wasn't that he was drunk. He had a stroke.
Yeah,
Dude,
I knew he was.
Dude wouldn't quit after a stroke. He was like, who was the guy who was doing the New York City, the ball drop that wouldn't go away?
What, Johnny Carson?
Was it Dick Clark?
Oh, Dick Clark, yeah.
He wouldn't go away. He stroked out and then was still trying to do it. I'm like, dude, there comes a certain time where, no, that's it.
No, we're going to have to do a segment sometime in the off season where we rank Lee Corso's top 5 moments on the set of College Game Day. But I think it's pretty obvious what one of our favorites.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
We've had that drop for years, dating back to our radio station day.
Wow.
I mean, that's an all-timer. Lee Corso also dropped an F-bomb on College Game Day once.
Oh, yeah.
It was hilarious. I mean, the guy's an American legend, and he's meant so much to that show. He's meant so much to college football, and what a run. He's going to make it to 90.
Man, oh, man, that is a great run.
Yeah, a few weeks after he turns 90. And again, I think it will be a Texas game. And nothing confirmed yet, but I'd be pretty surprised if it wasn't. So, oh, man. John says Lee won't even know where he is. He may pick Mars to win that. Oh, God. Who knows there? All right, quick sponsor shout out to McCall Custom Homes before we wrap some things up. Hey, we'll bring on Rodney, and he's talked about McCall Custom Homes and the job that they've done at his place. If you want to renovate a bathroom, a kitchen, just your home in general, reach out to our great friends at McCall Custom Homes, and they will take care of you because they've been taking care of Central Texas homes for 4 decades. So if you want to upgrade any part or your entire home, our buddy Mike and his great team at McCall Custom Homes, they've got your back. Just head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Right now, they are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place. They could talk about their plan. You could talk about your plan, and then you could see if that is the plan to move forward. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com.
Still our good friends, of course, at Woods Comfort Systems. You may start to need that thing now. Today is going to be a nice day. Weather temperature is going to be okay for this week. We're going to get some rain on Wednesday. Next week, it will be in the 80s. 90s are away from us a little bit, BK. I'm liking that.
Okay.
But you want to make sure your system's working properly, and Wags wants to make sure his plumbing is working properly because Woods Comfort Systems, they have, guess what? They have plumbing now, too. And if you got any problems with your plumbing, do call on them. They've been in service here in Central Texas for close to 70 years, and nobody does it better.
WoodsComfortSystems.com, 512-842-5066. All right. See the fellas in the green room. It's Double R. It's Wags. It's Chaos Theory. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning, gents. How are we? Happy belated Easter.
Thank you. Same to you, man.
That's right. Let me tell you, guys, I feel so clean. And it's so funny that you mentioned right there about the McCall Custom Homes. Guys, take a look right here. I have been getting
nice.
So clean in there. There used to be I think a 5.5-foot jetted old ass tub in that space where that shower enclosure is. Guys, I'm taking like 4 showers a day right now.
So you can't see through the glass though?
Nope.
Well, that's no fun.
Well, depends what you're doing in there, man. You
Yeah,
know,
man.
I'm in there 4 times a day caressing my body. I don't need nobody.
Just having a circus with yourself.
Just going freestyle in there.
Just cleaning the tubes, Buck. That's what he's doing.
It looks like that door opens. That's the important stuff. You don't want to just
open.
see. You want someone in there with you, Wags.
Yeah. And let me tell you, I've been talking about with Mike and his group where it's like, hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? If you look, as you're looking at that over on the left side over there, that's a wainscot on the wall. And what the contractors did when they were here, because it's a wainscot. It goes up on the wall kind of to protect the wall a little bit.
Wayne's World?
Wayne's World. So the contractors were here and they said, you're going to have all this material left over. Why don't we put a wainscot on the wall all the way? So that shit runs all the way to the shitter, to the back of the bathroom right there.
What is a wainscot?
Wainscot? I mean, it could be that. See that is the actual like granite.
I don't think I've ever heard of wainscot before in my life.
Wayne Brady. They make up new deals.
Wayne Brady invented it.
Yeah.
Whose wall was it anyways, boys?
Wayne Newton.
Now I've heard of that guy, Wayne Newton.
That looks awesome, Double R, with the nice vanity. I saw the bottle of lotion over in the corner there. Nice job by you. Good touch.
Already 3/4 used by Ronnie.
Yeah.
You gotta have that lotion, baby.
That thing's getting a workout right there. Look at that. You got the Kleenex. Look at those cabinets,
marble tops, right? Is that marble tops?
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, man. No, that's granite. That is solid granite,
baby.
Hell yeah, man. Right from Marble Falls.
We got two of those mirrors in there. Look at those lights.
Stacy's Mom by Jake Bayless.
Those fixtures don't even have lights in them yet, and you've got that magnificent light in there. It's dude. It's I'm telling you, you got to get a hold of these folks because you can be living like Ronnie.
There you go.
Caress your body like Ronnie.
Hashtag be more like Ronnie.
Yeah. They put me a new fan, Bucky, in the water closet. So when I go in there to drop a deuce, the smell goes right out.
Right out.
Oh, yes.
Oh, man.
The fart fan.
Fart fan.
You got to have a fart fan. That's a key ingredient.
If I come over, is that the bathroom I get to go, or is the one by the front door? Is that where the guests go?
I finally got that one back. That's mine. So you get to go where the girls used to go. You get to go up there.
The powder room. You're going to the powder room.
What did I tell you, BK? Once you get that lady at the house, eventually you have your bathroom and she has hers.
Yeah. I finally got her out of my powder bath downstairs. And it's like, get your shit and get out of here. I go walking in there and I'm stepping on cotton balls and hairspray and hair blowers everywhere. I'm like, what is this shit? Come on, man.
That's amazing.
My goodness.
I'm the cleaner one in my relationship. So I will be the one who's like, we need to be in different bathrooms. It won't be her. It will be, no, I'm taking this one and you got to go somewhere else.
Oh, I got pushed over to Reed's bathroom already.
The boys are with each other.
We got a hers and hers sink too, right? Like,
yeah, it's hers and hers. It's all hers.
100, yeah.
Oh, great. All right, boys, listen, have a great Monday. It's good to see you guys.
Good to see you, Buck.
Take care, Buck.
See y'all.
Later, buddy. And there they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on this wonderful channel of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure that you give us a follow on our socials if you hadn't done so already. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on the Twitter /BrandXverse. My partner in crime, Ronnie Rodriguez, is the Ronnie R. Excuse me, the Rodney R.
I ought to change it to that.
Maybe, but it's the Rodney R on Brand X and the Xverse, and then also on Instaface at @the_Rodney R. I'm on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. Hey, smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already, and then hit us up on that code at text line 512-222-9328. All right, amigo, where do you want to get first? We had some Wrestlemania, had some scripted sports, but we also had some Texas baseball. I mean, we got how many series we have left here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 conference series left. We have 6 run rules that Texas has put on the campaign so far, and it's looking good for a super regional. I shouldn't have said it. I shouldn't have jinxed anything, but Texas looks pretty damn good. One hell of a sweep. Bring the brooms. Everybody brought them out there. They collected them at the dish, man. It was fantastic. Auburn comes in, the Tigers get swept out.
Man, it's one thing if you go out and you run rule, like UTRGV or one of the bottom kind of bottom feeders in the conference. When you come out and you run rule on Saturday, the number 8 team in the country, for crying out loud. I mean, that's
Saturday. I thought they run ruled on Sunday.
No, they played on Saturday because they were off on Sunday.
Oh, correct. Yeah. We were off on Sunday.
Yeah, Kimball Schuster, 8 RBIs.
Give a dog a bone, boy. Give a dog a bone. He is eating, man.
Man, it's hard to it's hard to not get excited. And it's like I've been waiting for at some point they're going to cool off because baseball is so much that way,
right? Like
Yeah.
when do they come down there?
Oh, you know what, Wags? I'm going to do the show today without a cap because the Pope died. So I'm going to take my cap off today and honor.
This is where I'm Episcopalian, so I'm Catholic light, diet Catholic, or whatever you want to call it. So
my family's Catholic, and
is that like the first? I'm not trying to put like a morbid stat on this or anything, but is that the first time the Pope has died over an Easter weekend?
Man, that's kind of, I didn't even think about that part. Wow. Must have been a hell of an egg hunt. I kid. That no, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I will tell you something about this Pope. And again, I'm not the most ultra religious person in the world, and it was never forced on me or anything, even though that my family was Catholic. But this Pope seemed to be a little more progressive for a 88-year-old dude, right? He seemed to embrace some things that maybe some folks think that he shouldn't embrace. A little more progressive. So R.I.P. to the Pope. Not
rip to the. I don't even know. I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I didn't even know who the Pope's name was.
It's Pope. Probably
wasn't
John.
there like a John Paul or some shit?
John, Mark, Peter, Paul.
John, Mark, David, Peter, Paul. There you go.
And Mary.
Name them all. John, Mark, Paul, Peter, Paul.
Maybe the next one will be Mary. I don't know. But
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to take religion
Francis
light, right?
No.
I'm not. No. I mean, I am. I'm a devout Episcopalian, but I don't go to church. It's because I don't belong to a congregation or don't know which congregation to go to here. But ever since I left Maryland, I haven't really been in the church community, and that's been a long time. So, but yeah, we've been kind of doing the Holy Sacrament here on Sundays. You know, we remember the Sabbath day and we keep it holy. That's one of the commandments. I know that one, and we keep it holy. All right. And that's that's all I have for them.
Well, we've joined a couple of different churches and whatever, but schedules kind of throw us off or whatever. And it's actually really weird yesterday because, a lot of folks are sending me happy Easter texts and so forth. And it's like, one dude's like, what are you doing for Easter? And I'm like, watching golf.
We didn't have a family over. I thought we were going to have like a family dinner. We did have some Cornish hens, but I mean, we didn't have like her dad over or her sister over like I thought we were going to have. Yeah. We didn't do Easter like we did Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah. For Easter lunch, I had, I'm ashamed to say I had 2 beers and some peanuts is what I had for Easter lunch. And then we had shepherd's pie for dinner.
I got to tell you, this weekend though, you guys know I'm kind of a hermit. Right?
You were. It was one thing that I saw you on Friday. Got to have some bonding with you. Then I saw your ass out again on Saturday. I'm like,
that is an anomaly. Like 2 nights in a row in the town of Austin. That usually doesn't happen. But now I got to hang out with you, Tom, and BK at the Texas Stars game, and then went out to Crown and Anchor on Saturday. Old stomping grounds, right? My buddy was in town. The guy that was a major influence for me to actually enroll at Texas. We grew up together in Maryland. He ended up going to Texas like 15 years before I did on a ATF scholarship, or not ATF, RTF, radio, television, film, and then. During I think it was the Ricky Williams days is right after Ricky.
Early 2000s.
Early, like right after I graduated in 99. He graduated in 98. So he was right after Ricky. Yeah. So, and then, him coming back home and always like, man, Austin's fantastic. Austin, the home's great. It's cool to go swimming in the river, but I really can't explain Austin to you until you go to Austin. And he was right. Thankfully I came from Hawaii to Austin, so it was a nice little transition and a nice little roundabout, but Austin's fantastic, man. And it was for the first time in our lives that we were able to, share time on the campus of the 40, man. And it was just, I don't know, it was surreal. I got to meet some of his friends that he was partying with when he was at UT there, 15 years before I was. People, it was weird to see people from Oklahoma that loved Texas. People that were actually from Oklahoma that went to the University of Texas there. And it was wild. And I was just like, so you don't like the Sooners at all? He goes, fuck no, I hate the Sooners. And and matter of fact, he held up his watch. Matter of fact, what time is it? And then we all said, it's this time, and OU still sucks. So yeah, it was cool to see. That was actually the first time I've ever seen or met anyone from Oklahoma that hated the Oklahoma Sooners. So
yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, I saw you out and about. I'm like, man, that's awesome. That's awesome. And it was good hanging out with you guys. And thanks to Tom, and kind of to answer the question right there. Yes, the Texas Stars are in the playoffs. I believe they will take on Grand Rapids.
Correct. So I had to do an abrupt exit. I had a soft pretzel around the first period, or like the first intermission. Put some, I don't know what, it smelled a little weird. Like there was like a Parmesan glaze on there. I don't know what it was, but around like 15 minutes left into the 15 period, my legs were kind of squirming and I was getting ready to go horizontal, and I had the shit so bad. And I didn't want to use and I was trying to wait it out. I really was. And, we were up a goal, and then they were getting ready to pull the goalie. So I figured, we were going to go up, but we're probably going to pot the empty netter. So I wanted to go by and tell Ceci and Tom bye real quick and kind of beat the crowd so I could get to my pot.
Yeah. No.
My porcelain pot.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Good time out there. Begins on May the 2nd with Grand Rapids, texasstars.com/tickets. If you want to be a part of that. HEB Center is rocking, man. And it was, that hadn't been out there in a while. And it was a good time.
Good time. Good weekend.
Yep. Really was a good time. So diving in, back to Texas baseball. I mean, these guys
let's stay on Texas baseball too.
And you want to talk about, coming off of everything that this team's already been doing, and then here you go, you got another matchup coming up tomorrow with Texas State, which that's always it's such a great rivalry because that's such a really good baseball school.
Did got a lot of get us last time.
No, the Texas got them the last time, but they've been a thorn in the side for Texas when it comes to
UTSA's
UTSA. Yeah. And then I got to tell you, Wags, I'm going to be in town again next weekend, and I think that
they lost to Texas State, amigo.
Yeah. I'm going to find. I think
lost to Texas State 3-5.
Oh, nice. Okay. Oh no, not nice. I'm going to find a way to get to UFCU Dish Falk Field this weekend because you've got the Texas A&M Aggies coming to town. That I'm gonna have to try to get a hold of my man Mark and get my ass out to occupy left field at sometime this weekend because you want to talk about passion-filled environment, Wags. That the football thing was one thing. This baseball thing
it's really not hard to get a pass from Mark Pena. All you got to do is call him up and hey man, I got six friends here with me, oat sodas. Yeah, come on over, man. You don't even have to bring the beer. He'll just invite you over. But
that's what I'm talking about.
Beer donations are always great for Occupy Left.
Absolutely. And as you should. If somebody's going to open up their arms and open up their gates to you, donate something. Please donate something.
He has built a pretty good. They even got like an NIL foundation too.
I know.
So
isn't that crazy?
Yeah, hit up Occupy Left Field too, guys. If you're looking to give any tributes or any kind of contributions to NIL stuff, check out their foundation and organization.
And this is where when we talk about the run that the Longhorns have been on in baseball, this is where I am a little apprehensive here. I know that the Aggies kind of stumbled out of the block a little bit, kind of righting the ship somewhat, but the Aggies have been successful against Texas in baseball, and they're going to come in juiced up.
This is whatever has happened all season long for them. This is their redemption series. Like we all talk about like the Super Bowl series or the World Series, right? Like and I mean, I'm not trying to make Texas bigger than what it is, but I would imagine with all the drama and all the narrative that is circling around, these two schools with Slosh being poached and coming over to Texas right after they lost and said, that is an absurd question. I can't believe you would even ask that. And a day late, not even a day, hours later, he's heading to the dish. It's there's a lot of drama, right? There's a lot of hype between this series, and You would think that if they don't need to sweep, A&M does not need to sweep. They just got to take 2 or 3 here, right?
Yeah.
And is that enough to salvage the season for the Aggies?
I think it really would be because the thing about it,
That's some small-minded shit.
Well, and Texas had help over the weekend. I mean, obviously, taking care of business against Auburn, but they had help to stay. I mean, think about it, 33-5 and 16-2 in the SEC right now sit the Texas Longhorns, and we thought that there might be an adjustment period.
We were planning on it, right? Like we were planning on a little bit of a hiccup, a little bit of a transitional period, right?
And it's so funny because it has been a flip on everything that me personally that I thought going into SEC baseball with these 2 schools, because I thought that A&M with Michael Early kind of inheriting the reins right there, even though he flip-flop, it's like, okay, A&M's not going to lose a lot of steam.
Right. They'd have a little bit of a drop off, but they wouldn't have this bottom out to where like, remember like when they started losing, I was just like, hey, I was reluctant to parade their downfall here because I figured they'd be right back up on the mountain, man. But it has been a slide nonetheless, and a way to kind of salvage that slide and kind of make this season a little bit better is to steal one here from the Longhorns.
And the thing about it is where I've seen it with A&M is they've kind of turned that corner a little bit is I've actually still seen some projections to where folks are still saying they're going to get to Omaha, that they have an opportunity to get to Omaha. I think that's going to be a hell of a venture right now because what
grim. I'll say that that's going to be one hell of a tough feat. Sure. I mean, I'll entertain it. I'll entertain a chance.
Anything's possible. Anything is possible. But what we did know is that the SEC baseball schedule was going to be a gauntlet. I don't think I was quite prepared for it to be quite this gauntlet. And that's what's scary, Wags. Look at these last 3-4 series in SEC play that Texas has been through. They have pretty much dominated this really easily. And that's where it's like, holy smoke. It's hard to not really kind of start thinking really, really big things, but boom, here's the A&M one. This is a critical series coming in because they have everything. They as an A&M.
Then you got Arkansas right after that too. So
yeah. So it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. It's going to be an electric atmosphere out there, and that's a whole thing. This rivalry is what it is. But the slosh thing, I'm just glad it's here. I'm just glad this one is here because when it goes there, that is, man. Going to have Brazos County finest out there to protect Coach Slosh.
It'll be a somewhat of a spectacle. So we got Arkansas, then we got Florida, then we got Oklahoma to finish it out, and then the SEC tournament comes up.
So
looking good for the Horns.
Yeah, fun week of Burgundy coming up this week is Southwest Texas on Tuesday, and then you've got Texas A&M in the, what do they call that? The Lone Star Showdown or whatever it's called now. I don't know what they call it. I call it.
There you go.
I don't know what they call it. Texas versus A&M is what I call it. That's all it comes down to.
Are you? I mean, we kind of just mentioned it a little bit here. We did think that there would be a little bit of a transitional period with Texas A&M. Are you surprised with the dominant? Not so much of the record here, but I mean, this is now 6 teams that we have run rolled. Or is this? I think I have that correct. Is it 6 or 7?
It might be
pretty
7.
sure it's 6.
Yeah.
Or I could be. It could be 7. I feel like I've been one behind the entire season, but I thought my count was 6. I could be off. Let's ask the team. Our family here on Chaos Theory. What the actual count is. Usually, you guys have the right number here, but I'm pretty sure it's 6. But anyways, you want to talk about a run? Thank God, or I wish, Ronnie. I wish there was a run roll in baseball, in Major League Baseball. Were you able to see the batting practice that the Reds took yesterday?
That was a shell-acking.
I mean, the Orioles were throwing out, but Mateo went up there first. Mateo's not a pitcher. We had positional pitchers rolling out there, and it was a shellacking. I mean, to top it off, you got Dela Cruz out there robbing Jackson Holiday of one hell of a line drive. Like you just can't hit a ball like that. We kind of had video game scores or just video game performances all throughout yesterday. Like if you talk about if you've played Major League Baseball, the show, you've seen, you know, kind of some robberies or, you know, some scores and home runs like you saw on Major League on that video game. Then also if you saw Chef Curry last night, just the I won't call it a dismantle of Houston, but to go into Houston and again, like Houston battled back and Houston made it a damn game. But I mean, this dude's just with the shot clock running down and getting ready to expire. He's going, you know, fading away, falling out of bounds, and just heaves it up, and it doesn't rattle in. It hits the back of the rim and goes right back in. Like the dude was just dialed in. When I knew when he was carving it up from the paint and beating everybody off the dribble and getting penetration and getting points that way, that's when I knew, all right, here come. And again, the Rockets were fantastic, but once, you know, Steph was starting to carve stuff up, I was like, okay, this guy looks good. You know, the Warriors might be winning this thing in Houston, and sure enough, they did. This might be the best series of the tournament. Like this, in the Rockets, like I didn't give the Rockets that much credit. I know Şengün is an all-star, but he looks clumsy to me and awkward, so I didn't really give him that much credit. But he balled out last night, man. Absolutely balled out. But and look, there's some young talent on this Houston squad, but this is what I was talking about a couple of weeks ago. If you get a matchup like a Warriors matchup where you have so much of not just basketball acumen, but high defensive IQ, when you have Draymond Green and also Jimmy Butler. And we've heard the mention of playoff Jimmy, right? Like that shit's real. We saw it last night, and the dude from Tombo balled out in Houston.
Yeah, and that's to the baseball thing. That's where baseball, man, she's a bitch. Baltimore, you move on. I mean, the Dodgers got shelled 16-0 last week, and they seem to be fine as they move on. But yeah, that
yeah. I mean, baseball. I was just like baseball.
Oh, I know.
I mean, if you look at the line, you know, what ace did Baltimore have?
Right, exactly. Just one of those days. It's just, you know, you talk about bullpen games. It's just one of those days where you don't hit the ball and you get your ass whooped. And you know that's what's so cool about baseball is because like you get destroyed like that and you play today or tomorrow or whenever the next one is. You just keep going on. But this is exactly why when we talked last week, I am just not sold. Not completely sold on the Houston Rockets being. I know they're the number 2 seed, and I know everything, but just look at the jumble in the West. And now, after this weekend, I think it's even more question as to. And it was just a bad draw. We talked about it on Friday. The draw for Houston, the youth. You mentioned Young a couple of different times right there, and I think that's going to be the Achilles heel of the Rockets in this series. Is that you have Steph Curry? How many dudes did they put on him last night trying to guard him? And nobody could. And nobody could.
At least 3 different matchups on him.
Yeah, and it's like for Houston with that young group. Where's Jalen Green? I mean, where is that dude?
Green? I mean, Green started to show up late, but I mean, like he is the leading scorer, and like I think he might have been. Let me pull up this box score.
Yeah,
he might have been the low guy.
It's really one of those things to where the way Golden State has built this thing, and that trade. I mean that trade for Jimmy Butler really is, and it gets overshadowed because of everything that prefaced it, and then obviously with the trade there for Luka.
Green had 7. Green was low man.
Yeah, he was.
He was 1 point. He was 1 point over. Like Eason had 6, but I mean, and that's just it too. Like I thought the defense that Eason and Adams brought, and the offensive rebounding that Steven Adams was able to give the Rockets. I thought, you know, maybe that's the route that they'll go next instead of Şengün. But and don't get me wrong, like Şengün was also a monster too. Maybe you find a way to kind of have a Twin Towers package, but you lose a lot of speed and a lot of athleticism when you bring in Adams and Şengün. So again, like And you guys bring up a great point. Van Vliet might be the most experienced, or Steven Adams from this squad in terms of playoff experience here, going up against a juggernaut of collective playoff experience, right? When you're talking about the Warriors, sure, they might be a 7. But if you really want to break down the stats, and they did a great job at this last night, you and I have kind of talked about how we've all, Chaos Theory family has all kind of broke this down too. Since the trade of Jimmy Butler, the Warriors are not really a 7, right?
Yeah.
Like they got the number 1 defense, they got the number 1 offense that cuts to the basket, and you saw that on display last night too. They're really good at methodical offense and just orchestrating, that extra pass to find the cutter and getting that easy. AirPods did that a couple of times where I thought he could have had a mid-range shot, but then was able to orchestrate and Draymond Green did it too, able to orchestrate and find that last pass to find the guy down low for an open layup. They're really good at doing it. And then Jimmy Butler being able to get people off the dribble and cut to the basket and getting them at the rim. And then what's that do? We've talked about it from time to time. It gets that open look on the perimeter. And if you have an assassin like Steph Curry who doesn't really need much space, this is a nasty team, and they're a legitimate threat to pose, to pose for the West here, and maybe hoist this championship in the association. Now, it's going to be one hell of a hill, one hell of a feat, especially coming from the 7th spot. But I think the Warriors do have the wherewithal to do it.
And the thing is, I mean, for Houston, I mean, obviously you can't shoot 6 of 29 from the 3-point.
No, but that's the defense of the Warriors too,
That's
though.
the defense of the Warriors. But the other part, you can't miss 9 free throws. That's a
those are freebies. Those are bonus.
I don't want to say a gimme, but I mean, you got to make those because this.
No, they're free. I mean, it's a free throw.
It's a free throw.
It's uncontested. So
charity stripe. That's why they call it that. But this is what the Warriors are built for right here. I mean, they've put this together. They've made a run. And if there was like any question about the West, and you and I have been very vocal, where it's like the West, Oklahoma City. Well, Oklahoma City put the root this weekend in their win. But the West, hell, the Lakers lose. And it's like, it's even more convoluted than it was before, in my opinion. But the Golden State, I'm not surprised because I just not bought in on Houston. And you give those dudes 3 days off. They can be in command on Wednesday night of this thing, Wags. We might be 2-0 at the end of Wednesday night.
I'm pretty sure Draymond Green had... No, I thought Draymond Green was in double-digit figures for scoring too. But yeah, I mean... they don't need much, right? Moody was another guy that got going late and really didn't get going. But yeah, good contributions from AirPods there, and this, like you said, with a couple of days rest now for the Warriors, this veteran team could have a fresh, youthful Rockets team down 0-2 going back into Golden State here. So.
Yeah, and just think about
it. And it's tough to win at Oracle too, by the way.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. But just think about this. I mean, we're sitting here watching two of the greats, with Steph Curry and LeBron James. And what if Steph Curry keeps moving on here? What if LeBron and Luka get bounced here? After a surprise right there. I'm not ready to call the Lakers down, doomed to get beat. But
I saw a stat last night.
I didn't see that one coming either.
I think Steph Curry now has the most. Game 1 over 30 points or some shit like that. I forgot the actual stat that they were posing out there on ESPN last night, or TNT rather. But I think now Steph Curry is the leading NBA player with the most game 1 30-point games or something like that.
I'll tell you, it really is where
95-85. That was the final score here in Houston. Warriors look good, man.
It's it really is a marvel to watch this dude. And like I've said so many times, I've admitted it to where I've become a fan of watching this guy. I mean, when my team was in contention, it's like, oh man, I can't stand that dude. I can't stand his team. They're bringing it. What's so cool about me with the Warriors right now is the fact that they're doing this coming out of the seed that they're at, and it's this late season surge, and they've asserted themselves as a title contender. And I know the addition of Jimmy Butler, and you've got Draymond Green there, but this isn't the super team built, that we saw in the past. this is like they're going to sneak up on you. But I think now they're not going to sneak up on you because people are like, holy shit, this is a different type of Golden State that's coming at us. And I'm not going to discount their possibility of being in the Western Conference Finals whatsoever.
Oh, I would say they're one of the
I'd
favorites.
pencil them in at this point.
I would say they're one of the favorites, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
And like, again, we talked about just the advent of Jimmy Butler and what it's been since the trade deadline, or what the Warriors have been since the trade deadline. And you kind of saw it on display last night too. This is just another output, right? Like the 41 minutes that you get from Jimmy Butler, like those are solid minutes where he's not even, he doesn't take a break. He doesn't need to take a break. Doesn't take sequences off because he's in that much of shape, and he just demands. It's not what he is bringing to. We talked about this with Nick Harris and Jordan Scruggs the other week, right? He demands effort from his team too, and Draymond Green is the same way. They both feed off of that, right? And when you have that mentality, holding each other to a standard, it's so damn dangerous for the rest of the league. The field's in trouble, buddy. The field is in trouble.
And I'll tell you what, where I have also questioned. I mean, obviously the Thunder. I mean, look at the record the Thunder just put together, and on the number 1 seed in the West. But man, that was a total dismantling.
SGA didn't even play well.
I know, and that's scary because I think now a lot of
what do you hold on? I got to pull up that box.
I think OKC.
I know that.
Yeah,
I remember
OKC is in that mindset to where there's a lot of people questioning us, where people are saying the West is up in the air, even though we have just totally rolled through the regular season. They took out every frustration on Memphis this weekend. And if you're Memphis, how do you get yourself off the mat of that one? I mean, talk about baseball getting beat 24-0 or 16-0. Man, if you're Memphis, woo, you got
it was over. It was over at halftime. It was over in the first quarter, but it was really over at halftime. But yeah, he had 15 quietly, right? Like I say, he didn't have much. He had 15 quietly. Like he didn't have a game, but he had 15. He was only plus 20. What was he? Plus 28. He was only plus 28 on the floor. So
that yeah. So and then Lakers Wolves, and sorry to the East, there's not much to talk about. Nothing surprises us.
Yeah, Cavs. He kind of showed up a little bit, but Cavs look good, man. Yeah, Cavs look good. Jared Allen, man, still doing it, still protecting the rim. This thing and being the double. Did he have a double-double before I say this? Did he have a double-double? But double-double machine. I'm just going to proclaim it. He is a double-double machine, man. And Cleveland, I still think it's Boston's East, but Cleveland's tough, man. That's going to be a fun series.
Yeah, absolutely.
Having B-Day Jared Allen, all right, right on.
The Lakers. It's like, okay, everything that you may have thought that the Lakers had become since that big trade. And now it's like you look at it and it's like, okay, after the first game of the playoffs, to me, the bigger, and I know that this is very hypothetical. To me, the bigger trade was look at
Jared Allen had a double-double. Jared Allen did have a double-double.
Yeah. Look at Jimmy Butler going. Jimmy Butler made a difference right there because the Lakers were, Minnesota. And Minnesota's at another one of those teams, Wags, that we've talked about. What are you going to get from Minnesota?
Yeah, exactly. They have that Achilles heel, right?
Like, I know, right? I know.
I think they live and die too much on Ant.
I know.
You kind of have to when you have a superstar like that. But when Ant's off, they could falter for sure.
Absolutely.
That's not a hot take by any means, but
no.
The proof is in the pudding. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. So, very, very intriguing series in the West. And Boston, Cleveland. But I'm really super stoked about this West. This West is going to be fun to watch. And I'm telling you, people, go the Warriors. Be fearful of the Warriors. Rockets. I called it on Friday. I'm sensing some more Houston sports pain coming for the Rockets fans because the Warriors just look like a better team right now.
Mitchell was absolutely nasty. Garland was dialed in too. I mean, Cleveland looks good. Yeah. And Rob, I'm with you, amigo. Cleveland and Boston will be a nice little match. That could be the actual like series of the tournament, honestly.
Yep.
But right now, man, this from what I saw last night, Houston and Golden State, it is fun basketball, and you really do, like, you got to feel for Houston because they were doing almost everything right on defense too, and it's just, I mean, you're not supposed to be able to guard a dude running out of bounds and hitting a three. You're just not. It's not happening. And then what did it wasn't Ken Albert on the call. It was I think it was Harlan. I think it was Kevin Harlan on the call last night. But like he said something like geographically not supposed to happen or something like that. And it's geographically. Thank you. Geographically not supposed to happen, and it's just true. It's not. Like, the only way that it should happen is if it is a variable in a computer or anything, and it just happens to tick. But dude, he hit the assassin. He was just dialed in, man. He was hitting off balance floaters. He was hitting, hesitation, double pump, double clutched layups underneath the basket where he had to reroute his body. It's just, he is must watch basketball. And as much as I love Jordan and Kobe, like, there's just nobody like Steph. They're just not. They're just not. And I don't know if there ever will be, man. Like, he is him. He is him. Add a pissed off Jimmy Butler to that dude. Oh, yeah. I mean, I just saw the comment there. OKC, very tough. They're still probably the heavy favorite, but I mean, I'm with you, Double R. You could probably pencil in this tough veteran-led Golden State team.
And we can talk about, all of the things offense over at the Warriors, but I mean, the defense was the thing last night that I go back to with that Golden State offense. And it's like for Houston, who's going to score the ball? I mean, we mentioned Green, nothing. I mean, Greta Van Fleet is Fred Van Fleet going to be the one? I mean,
he was trying to hit. I mean, there was some times where he hit some decent threes, but yeah, again, Green's got to be your guy. And if you can't get it out of Green, use Green as maybe the facilitator slash assassin, to where he's going to dial everybody in, and then is able to find some decent assists and get some easy baskets underneath the goal, man. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. That defense that the Warriors put on you, man. It's a thick and just chaotic defense that they're able to do. And also, what's that lead to, man? Turnovers lead to points, easy points too, and you saw that last night on display.
And that's where you get a coach like Steve Kerr, and you get a bunch of old dudes like this. They're going to go in there and they're going to figure out your weakness, and they're going to expose it. And that's
was exploited last night.
Exactly what happened last night, friends.
Celtics Magic. I mean, we just touch on that a little bit there. It doesn't matter who's on the floor. It just seems like even if it's a 6-man, or even if it's the bench for the Celtics, they're able to score. They're able to put up 30. White goes for 30 last night, and Boston rolls. And again, you'd like to think that the Magic would make somewhat of a series out of this, but I think Boston's just too heavily loaded. There's some decent pieces that the Cavaliers have on their bench. But I still think, even when you break all this down, right? The Cavaliers have the best record, have the better record. But even when you break this down by player, even going to the bench, I think Boston has the better roster.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and we'll break that down more if the series, and I'm pretty sure that series will come to fruition. But we'll break that more when that comes to play here. But yeah, I mean, if I'm going collectively through the rosters, I still think Boston has the more complete roster.
Yeah, they would seem to be the more compact, better built roster. But this is where I look, kind of going back to Golden State, where it's like Golden State is better equipped for right now. Long term, you look at Boston. I mean, but like we said, the marathon's over. This is a sprint. I think the Warriors can make a little sprint right here. So we'll see as we keep moving along. Don't forget, friends, if you're Boston, right quick, Wax, Covert BK. Let's talk about Covert BK right quick. New or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, only one place to go. You've got over 40 acres of those vehicles out there. Easter weekend has passed, so it's new weekly specials. Check those out at covertbk.com. Here's a word from our friends out at Covert BK.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
I know that's right. Born and raised in Austin and in Central Texas. It is the Covert family of dealerships, covertbcave.com.
Yeah, like if you're Boston, right? You should. I mean, this should be a sweep, honestly. Like you contain Banchero and that should be enough, right? Like I don't really think that the Magic have that much more output. But this should be a nice little easy cruise. Should is the key word here. Take care of business and rest up and get ready to take on the rest of the East.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you are just potentially building there for the what we think is going to be the matchup, and that's where the West we don't know.
Motherfucker, I just noticed this, man. This is like the fourth time in like 2 weeks now that I've. You guys see this? You see that? Where's the boom? Bleach again, dude. Like, this is like the fourth time now in 2 weeks that I've put bleach on my clothes.
A white stain. What's that white stain there? What you been doing?
Toothpaste. It's not toothpaste. It's bleach. I don't know how I'm doing this, man. Like, I swear to God, like I thought I had the bleach.
You've been in there caressing your body like I was talking about with my McCall.
Having a circus with myself.
That's what I'm talking.
Hey, so what happened? Hold on 1 second. Before we get back into sport, well, I mean, WrestleMania is still sports. I didn't see any WrestleMania. Did you watch it?
Wags, I watched damn near all of Saturday. And
can you catch me up on it real quick?
I watched a good part of it last night. Yeah, the main events. I think the main events are the most important thing. So on Saturday you had the three dudes fighting, where it was CM Punk, Seth Rollins, and what's his name, Reigns.
I thought CM Punk was. I saw a highlight where CM Punk was one of the analysts.
No. CM Punk was actually in the match in that main event on Saturday. So it was Punk, Rollins, and Roman Reigns. And then, of course, you had Paul Heyman, who I guess
Paul Dangerfield.
Paul Heyman.
No, I got you. Paul Heyman.
Yeah, big hippopotamus-looking dude, always with a red.
Paul Heyman fought?
No, he's there at ringside. So he was with Punk, and then I guess he was with Reigns. And so anyway, essentially what happened?
Is it on ESPN?
Yeah, it's on ESPN. So they're sitting there going at it, and they're back and forth, and the match is actually pretty slow. You know, it's like, okay.
Well, it's got Roman Reigns in it. He can only do one move.
Right. And it's like there's always, you know, as
I held the belt for the longest, and he could only do one shoulder tackle.
Right. As it heats up, you got two dudes in the ring at all times. Well, Heyman ends up doing like a triple turn, and he rides out with Seth Rollins. So now he's like one of those dudes at the bar, you know, the guy at the bar that he dates every woman. So he's been with all of those dudes, and now he's with the one that he hadn't been with. So he's with Seth Rollins. And, you know, that match was, I mean, it's all right, you know. And then last night.
What is it at? It's WrestleMania doesn't have a
look on ESPN. ESPN should have it. I thought they had their own tab. But then you had last night, you had John Cena against Cody Rhodes, and you know, Cena and Ric Flair, 16-time world champion. There's all of that, you know, different disparities or whatever. Cena won. Very, very slow-paced match. I'll tell you what's so weird now about it was on the Peacock last night, and now
Cena's done now, huh? He's going away. Farewell tours.
He's the champion again. So he's the champ now. But it's so weird because like last night, like here on my Tom McKay high definition,
he ties Ric Flair for most.
He passed him. He now has 17. Flair has 16. But it's like last night, you can see these dudes talking to each other because everything's like in high def. And then one of the announcers is like, "Oh, so-and-so's talking shit." I'm like, talking shit? He told him to flip.
He's telling him the next move he's going to do.
Yeah. There was one time where
this is the next dance move, guys.
Yeah. It's like Cody Rhodes is hitting him and shit. And I saw John Cena like 4 times say, "Again." And he'd get hit again. And it's like, he's talking shit. I've never, again.
See, look. You guys already know the script that's coming out. Cena retires. It's already written. The credits are already out there.
Cena retires. I told Stu the other day this. He's gonna ride off on the white horse. Stu like, oh, I don't know about that. Like, come on, man.
Did you guys when Stu was on? Did you guys have predictions of what would happen on WrestleMania?
He kind of mentioned a couple of different things.
Oh, he announced it. Okay, now see, I'm sorry, guys. I wasn't paying attention to this year's WrestleMania.
Yeah, no, and the whole thing is, I don't think I'd have even watched it, Wags, if for one thing, there was not a lot of car racing this weekend. I did watch golf.
There was so much sports. This is like the best time in sports right now.
Well, see, that's a beautiful
NHL playoffs. You got man,
dude. Last night it was
McKinnon or
wrestling. It was golf, and then over here we had basketball. I mean, everything was going. But I kind of did, get into the wrestling a little bit. I might turn on Raw tonight to see what happens, because I'm sure Cody Rhodes is going to come back out and do something. I don't know. I'm curious to see how long Cena keeps the belt, because the dude is slow. The dude is much slower. So
well,
I don't know how long
if he's retiring in December, he's probably going to keep it for I would think, right, and then lose it at the next pay-per-view event. Maybe I don't know how these things work.
Yeah.
I'm not the marketer. I'm not the what's the guy that makes the matches?
Or the booker?
I'm not the match booker here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll tell you one damn thing. They were talking last night, and McAfee's on that too. I didn't realize Pat McAfee.
Oh, yeah, he's a spectacle, dude. He's like the next Shaq. He's everywhere.
So they said that at that, and that was
going to talk hockey.
Oh yeah. Last thought. So they said at the T-Mobile there in Las Vegas, where the 2 days, the 2 days combined, 124,000 people went to watch that shit. That's a lot.
Look, I'm not denying that it's a money driver. It's what's actually bigger. The Super Bowl's got to be bigger, right? The Super Bowl. I'm going without looking it up, without the aid of reference. I would say the Super Bowl drives in much more money than WrestleMania. But WrestleMania has to be up there. Like it's got to be a spectacle of itself, right?
And it's 2 days.
All of our great producers out there, look this, like how much revenue does it generate over because it is 2 days. You have 2 days that you can make money at this thing, right? Does it generate more revenue than the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
I would put it up there taking ticket sales, just ticket sales only, right? I would say that it generates more in or I still say the Super Bowl. It's the Super Bowl, man. The Super Bowl was housed in a stadium, not an arena. Like maybe when did WrestleMania, was it the Coliseum when they were in an outdoor? Because they did have a WrestleMania outside one time.
They did have it outdoors, and then I think weather became an issue. I don't remember where. I know that the big one was when they had it at the Silverdome. I think that was the Andre the Giant one, and maybe Hogan, where Hogan body slammed him way back when. I think that was in Detroit, and they usually do indoor. I think probably just in case if weather hits. I mean, you're
yeah. I mean, that's
without a paddle, literally.
But I remember them have like Lex Luger. Back when Lex Luger was
WCW,
it was like it was Tatanka. Tatanka was back then too.
See, WCW would do a lot of outside. WCW did a lot of outdoor shows, World Championship Wrestling. But yeah, I know the WWE, whatever, has done an outdoor WrestleMania. But I mean, this thing, and think about this, because they've got the full, the NFL has the fan experience where you can go run a 40-yard dash and catch a pass.
Dallas, thank you, Rob. All right, it wasn't a Coliseum. It was in Vegas,
Las Vegas, and of all places. But now they've got the WWE thing where I saw on the Twitter where like you can go over there and get a chair and hit a dummy. They got one of the wrestlers dressed up and you go out there and pound the shit out of him with a chair. They do all that stuff too now. So it's just revenue generating, man. There was a crap ton of people. Our man Dylan Fry, we were talking about him the other day. That dude was there.
Dylan don't miss a WrestleMania, man. You want to talk like I know Stu and Smash have some really good content, but you want to talk about some insider knowledge. Dylan Fry might be one of the best insider WrestleMania guys out there. He don't miss a WrestleMania, man.
I'll tell you something else. It was magic in the air, I guess. But yeah, Cena moves on. We'll see how that moves on. Okay, back to sports. The Dallas Stars,
bad, man. 5-1. in the initial showing here.
Game one, dude. Game one.
We kind of talked about it when we were talking about Texas. Yeah, it's game one, right? Yeah. I mean, game one, you can right the ship here, but we kind of talked about when we were bullshitting at the Texas Stars game. We named our top three forwards, and McKinnon was in our top three. Like it's consensus. This dude's fantastic, and it was on display in game one last night. And look, it's gonna be tough. I don't want to. You can't come out and play game two like you played game one, or you expect the same damn result. But it was an absolute domination. And Stars were put to bed early. 5-1 was the result, and we'll see.
I'll tell you, Wags. To me, what's more concerning, is
Jake. Stop. Be nice to my friend, Mr. Bayless. Jake, be nice.
For an NHL team, I mean, the Stars are going to be my team because that's kind of the one that I can gravitate to more on a local level. But I am more concerned as someone hoping that the Stars are going to make a move here is the way that they got into the playoffs. I mean, it's one thing you lose game one. I mean, that's kind of expected, man. But you want to talk about getting in there on a gimpy leg and a busted shoulder. I mean, Dallas, you weren't setting the world on fire when the playoffs started.
I know. I mean, special teams, this is a team that's always benefited off of special teams, and once they get on the power play, usually it ends well for them. But no, to do that, you got to get on the power play, man. I think Dallas will be able to right the ship, but again, we just talked about it. They have a buzzsaw in front of them, and look, Avalanche are picked by some of the pundits out here to represent the West. I mean, so are the Vegas Knights too, but. These dudes can be, a buzzsaw. I've seen the Jets too. Jets kind of picked as some of the West favorites as well. But I mean, the Avs, man, look out. The Avs are tough. But you'd have to think that the Dallas Stars should be some of the favorites here after the past couple of seasons. And no, they are not. Edmonton actually beat them out. I had the memory wrong. I thought that I thought Dallas actually beat out Edmonton in the conference championships last year.
Man, and just think about that.
Not, unfortunately,
where we're talking about WrestleMania and Las Vegas and all that. I mean, you had the Golden Knights and the Wild there, and then immediately when that game's over, then you go to WrestleMania, and you want to talk about a electric atmosphere and a bunch of crazy.
It's got to be an exciting time to be in Vegas, right? Like if you're going to pick a time to go to Vegas, sure, like maybe you want to go there during the colder. If you're from the East Coast or from someplace cold or the North, you might want to go there like during the colder or winter seasons. But when you go there right now during spring, like this is you got Vegas night hockey, you got WrestleMania. What else can go down in Vegas like you would see on an average daily stuff? Any walk the strip, you're going to see some type of entertainment there. But is Wayne Newton still playing? Is Wayne Newton still residence in Vegas?
Is he still alive? I'm sure he is. I mean, I'm sure he is. I think Carrie Underwood's 10-year residency, I think that ended. I wouldn't have minded seeing that. When we were in Vegas,
Carrie Underwood was in Vegas.
Yeah, well, I think when we were in Vegas down there for when we were at last year when we went down for work, she was there. I almost went. Couldn't find nobody. I asked my man Zay. Zay said I ain't got no time for that, so we didn't go. But
the strip hotel rooms, Rob, act like you don't know what the Spearmint Rhino is called.
Man, that's a lot, man. That's a lot.
Ronnie, you ever been to the Spearmint Rhino?
I haven't been to that. I have not been to that. I will put it on. I will put it on my checklist.
Put it on the list. Put it on the list, buddy.
Is that one of them places you think that I would enjoy?
You'd have a fun time. You'd rack up a tab.
Doesn't take much. I racked up a tab Texas Stars game the other night, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Your Caps tonight, dude. Your Caps tonight. Game number one.
Good one. I mean, I think should be able to get past Montreal here, but we kind of talked about this on Friday too. I don't want to look past, the first series, but them damn bunch of jerks from Carolina. They might be the ones that put us out this year. So
yeah, man.
We'll talk about it. I'll feel a lot more comfortable after I see game one tonight, right? Like because the Caps have a tendency of doing fantastic in the regular season and then shit in the bed when they get to the playoffs. So there's only been 1 year where that hasn't come true, and they hoisted Lord Stanley that year. So we'll see. Again, I don't want to talk too much shit or be too braggadocious or too confident. But the Caps should roll tonight.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not even making a prediction. No, we're not doing this.
I'll have eyes on that one, and then and watch Dallas and see how the Mavericks. See, that's a whole
poor Mavericks. Them little Mavericks. Them little Mavericks.
Oh my God, can you imagine that? It's like let's just be done. I mean, if you're. Well, you see old Nico, the other Nico, the original Nico. You see that dude in the stands the other night? It's like that guy. Holy
Harrison?
Yeah, Nico Harrison. What a mess. Oh my God. Just as a
hey, look, it still hasn't been a full bill of health yet. All right. Let's see the full bill of health, and let's see the actual orchestrated team. And then and then we'll go from there. Then you can berate this guy. Okay.
Maybe they respond somehow. Maybe
the Stars respond tonight too. So if you're gonna watch the Caps
tonight,
if you're gonna watch the Caps tonight, make sure you're also watching the Stars and supporting the Stars as they take on the Avalanche. Blues are in action against the Jets, and Oilers and Kings as well tonight. Yeah, man.
Hey, and
it is a great time to watch some playoff hockey and playoff basketball, my dude.
And how do you watch that, my man?
Oh, with audiovisual consultations, 512-255-8678. The very best way to do it is audiovisual consultations. Been setting the standard in audiovisual automation over the past 35 years now. They've been doing it for me and the rest of the crew. Ronnie's got the trifecta going on over there with 265 inches and then a 75-inch. BK's got the video wall, the quads going down. You can put it together with the video wall. And then also I got the dual setup here. And then, of course, you got to ask for the arcade cabinets. You got to have the arcade cabinets in your studio / office. And then maybe you want a dream theater system downstairs so you and the wife or you and the fam can watch some of the, the high action dramas out there, or maybe some of the, the new movies coming out. Also, it's done with audiovisual consultations. It's the very best in the business. 512-255-8678, and that website is avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. Hey, Wags.
Breaking news. What do we got there?
Cooper Flag has declared for the 2025
Shocker.
All right.
It would have been cool to see him come. Actually, it would not have been. I'm not a Duke fan, but I didn't think that he'd be returning to Duke.
Yeah,
the guy's a phenom, man. He's absolute lottery pick. Probably, if not first selected overall, I don't know who. I'm pretty sure it's Cooper Flag.
Yeah,
it's gonna be number 1 overall. We'll see though.
Yeah, no doubt.
What else we got? Anything else on the docket? Anything else on the bill?
I did see it, and I was very happy.
If Cooper Flag goes to San Antonio.
Oh my God, dude!
Can you? I'm serious. Like we just talked about, San Antonio. Having their dynasty of 20 years almost, and then maybe they get a little bit of a hiatus. They go on a sabbatical here, for a couple of years where they don't get to the playoffs, and then they get this unicorn named Wemby. They make another trade to get Fox over, and now you could potentially be getting another unicorn, as in Cooper Flag.
And I think the other thing that they'll
looking pretty good.
I think the other thing that they'll be definitely getting is a new head coach. Saw over the weekend that Coach Pop had a medical incident at a restaurant in San Antonio that he had to get medical attention and so forth. So say what you want, where Pop just kind of tells you what he's thinking. Maybe you don't agree with him politically on some stuff, but one hell of a basketball
institution
coach
nonetheless. So
man, that dude right there. I think a lot of people don't understand with him, Wags, and you can totally relate to this because I see this very much in you. Wags is Pop is a military guy. Yeah. So if you ask him a question, he's gonna fucking tell you what he's thinking.
Yeah, there's not much of a filter, right? And I try to be better about that. Like, I try to think first and kind of process everything and then give you my answer, right? But usually I just give you my raw input. And I believe that people respect that about me, right? Like, sure, it sometimes you don't want to hear what I have to say, but I'm not I'm not lying to you. Like, I'm giving you my honest opinion, and I'm giving you my honest. You'll never have to guess with me. That's the thing. I will. I'm a Pisces. I wear my emotions on my arm, and I'm going to tell you. If you piss me off, I'm going to tell. Like, you still have a good relationship. We just don't agree on something right there.
Sure.
That's the beauty of America, man. We have the freedom to disagree on shit and still get it, still get along and be able to coexist.
And my thing is, Wags, with you, with Pop, with any other veteran, if you want to give me your opinion, tell me what you're thinking. Even if I don't agree with it, I'm going to listen to it and I'm going to respect it. Some other Jack Stick,
I appreciate that, but I appreciate that, but it's we all breathe the same air. You know what I mean?
Well, but the whole thing is the respect factor from you, Pop, veterans, is going to be a hell of a lot more than some Jack Stick on Twitter telling me what I need to be thinking. Whichever side. So
thank you. I appreciate that.
Just kind of my thought on that note.
Nick, Jordan, what's up, guys?
Going on, fellas? How we doing?
How was your wonderful weekend of the brooms? Did you bring the brooms to the dish?
Oh, man, I definitely have them around. I was sweeping up the house on Saturday after that stomping, that ass whooping on Saturday afternoon. It was great to watch.
Another run rule. Run rule.
The Jonah Williams era is here.
4 more conference series left here, guys. It's looking pretty good for Texas baseball.
Yeah, I mean the Arkansas series here in a couple weeks is obviously going to be crazy.
Buddy, get the pronunciation right. It's Arkansas.
Arguably, this A&M series scares me more, just because they've been playing so well, coming off that series win against Arkansas, and they're going to be coming in pissed off. You already know that.
The drama.
I hate that it's on draft weekend because I'm going to miss 2 of these 3 games.
We didn't even talk about the draft, Rodney.
Tomorrow. We'll get on that tomorrow. We'll get on that tomorrow. I've got the sounder ready. I've got it. Jordan, you watch WrestleMania? You had 2 chances, buddy. Did you catch any of it, my man?
Hell no.
You have a better chance of your dog watching WrestleMania than Jordan.
There you go.
I had to ask for the recap today too, Jordan. I didn't see much of it, so
I've had enough WWE in my life.
You didn't see him?
Oh, he did that last night too.
Did he? He did. God, it's so. Oh my God.
John Cena's still around.
He even does that.
He came back, Jordan. Apparently, he came back and won the title again.
Wags. He even does that slow.
He's like same script being written.
The script writers decided to win the title.
He's like holding his shoulder now.
17 times now, right? 17 times.
17 times.
17 times. This script has been written 17 times. It's worked so well.
And now it's in low gear, very low gear. Slow.
And he's already announced that he's retiring in December, so we probably are going to have another belt passing. Rob thinks it's going to be SummerSlam. So there we go. Get the money to your cousins.
Yeah, I've had interactions with 2 WWE folks in my life, and I think I've told this story. Nick knows about this. I don't know if I've told it to y'all. But in elementary school, the Undertaker dated his daughter in elementary school.
You for real?
How do you date in elementary school?
That's why I'm.
Are you for real? Is this a real story?
I'm not joking. I didn't make this up.
That's probably the best story that I've ever heard.
I had no idea.
Well, a few years later, she ended up moving to live with her mother in, I think, Michigan. Like, he was not around much. Not a very good father. Hate to bash him, but it's the truth. And then the other time I worked at this super bougie gym out in Lakeway called Hill Country Indoor. And they have this rock climbing kind of thing. You know, it's some gym in Lakeway. Of course, they have rock climbing in there. And it's like all these different themed rock walls, right? And there was this guy who used to always come in with, his 2 kids or young kid. It might have been 1, but, young kid. And super nice guy, super regular looking guy. I had no idea who he was. And then one day, it was my first day working a shift with someone else. And they're like, yo, you don't know who that is? And I'm like, no, it's like a regular looking black guy. He's like 5'10".
It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
And it's
Eric Henry.
It's Kofi Kingston, if y'all know who that is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
And I went and Googled Kofi Kingston, and I was like, this dude's like one of the best WWE wrestlers. Like, all right. Yeah. It doesn't move the needle for me. I'm not treating him.
So I thought you were going to say Mark Henry until you said a regular looking guy.
No. I mean, like Kofi Kingston is like, I'm taller than Kofi Kingston. I think he might like he's 5'9" or 5'10".
Yeah, there's a lot of wrestlers are like around the 5'10" frame.
Yeah.
Like most of the acrobatic guys, right? So
super nice guy. Like I had no clue he was famous or anything, and I mean, like never acted like it or anything. So
those are usually your best ones, right?
I've heard those are really good dudes. Even John Cena. It's really hard to watch John Cena try to be an asshole because it's like that's not him. I mean, it's like that's just not the way he is. But
I will say The Rock, he puts on a good show because I don't feel like he's an asshole in real life, but he does come across as a dickhead.
That dude was a great dickhead.
Situations.
He was a bad guy.
Tony Schiavone, tell your wife I said hello, would you?
Oh, and I'll show you a video tomorrow, Wags. Last thing. So Stone Cold showed up last night, and he hit a wall. He came in a four-wheeler, and he ran into a barrier, and this woman does the ultimate flop. Probably
he hit a barrier like the lady hit the barrier on the Ohio State cart.
That's what they were trying to. Yeah, he hit the barrier right in front of where the fans are, and the woman does her best Ginobili. We'll look at that tomorrow.
Nice. All right, gents, we're gonna get out of your hair, man. Have a happy Monday. Y'all be good.
Y'all be easy.
We'll see you. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Nick is not going to be with us. He has something called a first round press conference on Friday. A little more important than this. But you're going to be talking a lot of draft stuff before we get into it. And want to congratulate you. It's been about somewhat close to a 2-year anniversary since you've been on the Cowboys beat, right? Did I mess that up? 2 years.
Appreciate that. Yeah, Saturday will be 2 years. I actually just realized that yesterday. I appreciate you realizing that. It's crazy. It's flown by. Seems like yesterday I was we were driving to Lafayette for mindless recruiting camps and meeting random people. But yep.
Yeah, hey, that was the day we accidentally stumbled upon Melvin Hills.
Yeah.
So we were there to see Jakeem Stewart. Well, you were kind of there. I mean, I was covering Baylor at the time. I was just there for the vibes. They weren't getting any of those kids. And you were talking to Jakeem and his trainer for like an hour. And I was over here just like, it was just me and Melvin. So I'm like, I might as well talk to him. And at the time, Melvin Hills had like 2 offers. It was Bama and A&M. They're not committable. We proceeded to talk. At least 40 of those minutes were about food. Like, not joking. Talking about which schools. Because I was trying to get a read on like, okay, who does he actually like? Once the real offers start coming, who's he going to be interested in? And like he ranked like his top 6 programs he's visited in terms of the food they served on the visit. Hadn't been to Texas yet, but A&M was number 1 at the time. They had the best food under Jimbo apparently. But anyways, we're gonna get into some draft talk. Pulled up your mock draft here.
Do we want to start with the Mavs stuff, or do you want to start with the mock draft?
Yeah, we'll start with the Mavs stuff. That's a good idea. So I have read. I don't know how long the story is. I've read probably 5 minutes worth of reading so far. So not into the nitty gritty, but go ahead and break it down however you want because you have gone through it.
Yeah, Jake Bayless asking about the Tim McMahon article on ESPN that came out this morning, basically explaining the timeline of what happened in the last 18 months with Luka Doncic and how it led to him getting traded and everything associated with it. There's so much coming out this morning. There's a different outlet saying that Jason Kidd was very against the trade, and it's caused a whole shitstorm there. But basically in the article, there were a few points that pointed out to me. So Casey Smith, who was like their director of on-court performance or something like that. He was basically like a strength and conditioning coach. He had been there 20 plus years, had ushered Dirk Nowitzki into the league, became a really close friend of Dirk Nowitzki. And when Luka came into the situation, basically ushered Luka into the United States. Luka had been, born in Slovenia, moved to Spain when he was 15, and was in Spain for like 4 years before he came to play for the Mavs. And this guy was like his father in the U.S. to without a better way to put it.
And also wasn't Dirk basically like, hey, this guy helped me. It's your guy.
Exactly.
Rock with him.
Exactly. And like a head athletic trainer guy. Yeah, I'm bad with terminology. Thanks, Jake. I'm clearly a good reporter over here. It was at the Hall of Fame induction for Dirk Nowitzki in Springfield, Massachusetts. They take a Mavericks team charter out there with everybody that was involved in Dirk's career, and they have a good, celebration. Nico Harrison's on the flight, even though he was never around when Dirk was around, but he was a Nike guy, so they knew each other, blah, blah. And, great celebration, whatever. Everyone flies home. The Casey Smith head athletic trainer guy flies to his home in Ohio because his mom is about to die. And everyone knows about it too. Everyone's like, hey, good luck, Casey. Like, hope everything's all right. Nico Harrison calls him and he's like, hey, we need to set up a video chat for like today. And he's like, hey, yo, like my mom finna die. Like, let's do this tomorrow if we can. He's like, no, I'm sorry. We just need to make it happen today. Gets him on a video call and fires him for no reason, basically. And he is highly respected around the league as a guy who gets players back from injury in a timely but efficient manner. His teams are always at the lowest of minutes missed during the season. And like Jake said, yeah, he's with the Knicks now because whenever he got put on the open market, Jalen Brunson was like, go get that guy. And they brought him over. The Knicks have had injury issues for years because they have Tom Thibodeau as their head coach, and he plays them 57 minutes a game. And so they brought Casey Smith in to help alleviate the pressure of that. And now the Knicks are one of the healthiest teams in the NBA. Aside from that high ankle sprain that Jalen Brunson dealt with late in the season, they haven't had any major injuries throughout the year. And the guy that Nico Harrison brings in doesn't even have the certifications to be a head athletic trainer in the NBA. And per like the collective bargaining agreement, but the NBA allowed this guy to come in. It was like, hey, we'll give you a pass for just this year. Just make sure you get your certifications when the season ends. He had come from UCLA football. He was a UCLA football strength and conditioning guy. And
because the Bruins just are pumping out NFL draft prospects left and right.
Exactly. And, they're just the healthiest team in the Pac-12 at the time. Dude is a terrorist, Jake. He really is. And so he just guts everybody that has anything to do with Luka. I mean, that's basically the story of the article. Is he's gutting everybody in the organization that has any connection to Luka. Luka brings his own people in to help him with training and injury recovery and things like that, and he immediately alienates those people from certain things. And the most damning thing in the entire article, in my opinion, and I tweeted about it, is November, so a few months ago, he was working his way back from a wrist sprain that he was dealing with. He missed 5 games. The day before he came back, this was on November 29th, he was doing a kind of like a light scrimmage with low minutes players and some staffers. It was just kind of like a put together 5-on-5, basically like the team Jimmy Butler played with in the Minnesota practice. That's who he was playing against. And you know how to throw a Jimmy reference in. I might get another one in too because it was a 1-0 lead. But Luka was just jacking up threes in this scrimmage. And Nico Harrison took the footage from that scrimmage and put it in the media workroom where like the Mavs beat workers were and had it airing. Even though it was a closed circuit feed, there was no other way that feed could have gotten in there. And like a team employee walks in and he's like, what the hell? And he turns it off. He's like, I have no idea how that happened. And so Nico Harrison was openly trying to air practice footage, leak practice footage to the media to paint Luka in a bad light months before the trade. So, I mean, this guy has basically been trying to push Luka out for 18 months to make him look like the bad guy. And then whenever Luka and his team were like, yeah, we're going to re-sign here, we want to stay here forever, Nico traded him. It's insane. It's absolutely wild. And apparently ownership is like, how did you not know that the fan base would react like this? And it's like, dude, you're the owner of the team. How did you not know that the fan base would not react like this? I mean, the guy knows zero about basketball. It's horrible. The Mavs have just completely destroyed this thing overnight. And while it does seem like it's overnight, this Tim McMahon article does a really good job of explaining how this came about over time, how Dirk has, separated himself from the team, how Mark Cuban has been alienated from the team by Nico Harrison. It's insane, man. It's wild.
So Harrison got his job on the Mavs because Mark Cuban hired him, right?
Yeah, Cuban did hire him. He was a former Nike exec. He was Dallas based. he was big in ushering in Kyrie to Nike, big in ushering in AD to Nike, hence why these guys have, been traded to the Mavs. He had a couple other guys that he brought along to Nike as well. But he's probably most famous for botching Steph Curry's Nike interview.
In addition to the Luka trade.
yeah. Before all of this, he's probably most famous for botching the Steph Nike interview, and that's why he signed with Under Armour.
What didn't they wasn't a big reason of why he signed with Under Armour because he went to meet with Nike and they were like, this is the shoe we have for you or something, and it was like another player's and they just messed up the presentation.
It was KD. Yeah, it was KD's. And the presentation was like a PowerPoint. Like it was like a Microsoft PowerPoint. And it was like, this is Nike. This is shoe. Come join. And it was just botched from the very beginning. And Steph was like, who are these jabronis?
I mean, man, that'd probably work on me. Like I'd much rather sign with Nike.
It would work on me. I'm not going to lie.
You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, where do I sign, Mr. Harrison? So it's like, a little different if you have an offer from Under Armour that's way bigger than that. But I mean, for the most part, I think that strategy probably works. Like, I feel like I'm in agreement, or most people are in agreement with me that Nike's the coolest brand and has been. I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased, but
I'll be like, my shoe will say KD on it. That's okay. I'm fine with that as long as it has the Nike check.
Yeah, for real. No, it's kind of crazy, this is the very first season of the new ownership, right? Or is it second season?
This is technically the second season. They got ushered in December of 23.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is this just the new Mavs ownership being like, hey, we're going to completely gut the entire franchise so that no one can be attached to us or mad at us when we move this thing to Vegas or somewhere else, or they build that huge casino compound thing with the arena in it or whatnot? Like,
there's a couple of layers to that question. I'll start with, is this an intentional thing by ownership? There is no intention by ownership anywhere. Ownership just wants to make money. Mm-hmm. They don't give a damn. They hired Nico Harrison because they were under the impression he was a smart basketball mind who's worked at Nike, has player relationships. And
wasn't a Cuban that
yes, my bad. Retained him. Didn't hire him, but retained him with that in mind. And they gave him more basketball power than he had under Cuban, because Cuban basically signed off on any basketball decision before then. And that was kind of the plan still whenever he sold the team. But whenever that happened, ownership was like, yeah, we're not going to let you do that. We're going to give it to this Nico guy. And he made two incredible additions at the trade deadline last year. Went and traded for PJ Washington, went and traded for Daniel Gafford. They were big reasons why they made it to the NBA Finals last year. He was getting a lot of praise. He was getting NBA Executive of the Year type hype last year. But the casino stuff and trying to build like this big casino compound in Dallas, that has been an idea by the Adelsons and the Dumonts to be able to do. But the Fertitta family tried to do this with the Rockets 10 to 15 years ago. And they were like, yeah, if we buy a sports team and we put political pressure on the Texas government, we'll get it done. This has already happened. It's just another point why this ownership is stupid. They don't look around. Like the Fertittas tried to do this a decade ago, and they're still stuck with the Rockets. They're making a ton of money off the Rockets, but they're stuck with the Rockets without the casino help. And because the Texas government is never going to budge on it. They're just, while Dan Patrick is lieutenant governor, it's just not going to happen. So it's just a fact of doing their research. And if they wanted to move to Vegas, I have a really good buddy that works in the Mavs building. They held a employee call, an all employee call, like a few days after the Luka trade, to be like, hey, ask Nico Harrison, ask the ownerships anything you want to do. Somebody on the call asked, hey, is this just like the first step towards us moving to Vegas? Because I got to like prepare my family for this. And they were like, we have no intention of moving to Vegas. We don't plan on doing that. Now, of course, they would say that, but what are their real intentions? It would be a travesty to rip one of the NBA's best fan bases apart and then move the team. It'd be one of the worst breakups in sports history.
Hey, there's a franchise not too far north in a much smaller market. Was not originally there either. Could they steal the thunder? That'd be fun.
No, absolutely not. Never could.
Yeah, no, I was joking, but
Good.
man, it's crazy. I'm excited to read this full story once we get off. Like, I wish I'm sure someone's tried. I wish Dirk would just do like a exclusive interview where he's like, yeah, fuck these guys. Like everything I built up, everything that I made this franchise known for has been thrown out the window by these nimrods. Like him going to town on their franchise on video would be awesome. I wish it existed.
And he's had ESPN reach out to him. He's had TNT reach out to him to do like sit downs, and he just won't do it. And he did go on a German podcast a couple of weeks ago, and it was in German. And there's a quote in that Tim McMahon article. I don't want to get it wrong, but he basically did speak about how like everything has just been basically thrown to shit. And a better way of speaking to it. But I bet that he'll open up about it whenever the NBA starts going on Prime Video next year. He's going to be one of their lead analysts. I bet he ends up doing something then so that they can drive viewership to Prime Video.
When does the NBA do what? How many of their games are going to be on Prime Video?
So the TV rights are changing next year. Games are going to be on ESPN, Prime Video, and NBC. It's going to be strange. It's going to be weird.
It's going to be stupid.
Yeah, it is.
I hate this.
Stupid.
So
But
now that you
will be on Prime Video. So
what do you say will be on Prime Video?
Taylor Rooks will be like their lead analyst.
Yeah, we don't care. I mean, we do, but like that's not why I'm watching the game. Now that you bring this up, I am kind of getting reminded of it. What's happening to the TNT crew? Aren't they going to ESPN or something?
Yeah, they're going to ESPN. They're still TNT employees, and like they will still be in the TNT studio, which is just weird. All the same producers, everything. Yeah, same. But they're just going to flip over to ESPN. It was a trade between ESPN and TNT. ESPN traded 2 first-round playoff games, college football playoff games, to TNT for the rights to Inside the NBA every year. And so that Clemson Texas game that was on TNT, that was the first part of that trade, basically, and it's strange.
Interesting. Yeah, now that you bring that up, that game was TNT.
Yeah,
I
think, was it SMU Penn State was the other one? There was another one in there too. I forget which one it was though.
I don't remember. I don't like to think about that game. It makes me think bad thoughts for Kevin Henry Jennings.
Do you remember the horse looking at the video, watching the game? The picture of the SMU horse, they put it on like the SMU athletics page, posted a tweet right before the game, and it was like a horse watching the game. Mm-hmm. And like the next tweet was like the horse throwing up.
I do know. I remember too from that game, SMU's like NIL collective posted a photo of it's like, hey, dealing with some traffic, but our bus with all the boosters running a little late, still having some fun. And it's just like a bunch of like old white people that look like if SMU booster was in a dictionary and there's a photo of it, it would be 20 of those people.
Yep.
And next to him,
Mike,
like, hey, that's Billy Embody.
Mike Craven.
Yeah, that's Mike Craven. Well, good job, guys, getting in there.
I talked to Mike Craven about that experience. I'll make this quick because I know we got to get to this mock draft. He was like, yeah, the plan was we were going to fly with these boosters. We were going to land in Happy Valley, have this huge like party and day, and I was going to be able to follow them around. And he's like, it was something I've been working on for months if they ever made it to the playoff or anything. And he was like, we get to Happy Valley and the airport is full. Like they don't have anywhere to store the plane. So we got to fly to Harrisburg and store the plane in Harrisburg and then drive like 2 hours to the game. And he was like, dude, I'm going to miss the game. Like my bosses are going to be pissed. Like this is awful. I'm not going to get a game story. This is like the worst situation ever. And he's like, and then like halfway through the first quarter, they're getting run out of the fucking building. And he's like, I'm looking around and I'm like, this is the story. Like, I was like, this really worked out for me. And he put out a great story about it. Y'all should go back and look at it. It's really cool.
Yeah. If you don't know, Craven is with Dave Campbell's Texas Football. Used to be with Austin American Statesman and 24/7 Sports too, I believe. And then Billy Embody with On3, the SMU side. And now I believe also their Ole Miss site. Also used to work for 24/7. Great guy. But yeah, like you said, we'll get into the mock draft stuff. Yeah, I did see this. I'm happy Charles Barkley put his foot down on this. He said CB said it was hilarious. Charles Barkley said, I may be on ESPN now, but I'm not doing shit except inside the NBA.
Yeah.
He's like, you can't put Stephen A on a desk with me. That ain't happening.
The second they put Stephen A or Malika Andrews on a set with them, I'm gonna puke.
Puke. All right. So I pulled up Nick's mock draft here from the Fort Worth Star Telegram, and just gonna go through pick by pick. Nick, some of these are pretty self-explanatory, like Cam Ward going number 1 overall to the Titans. But if you want to discuss it. If not, keep it pushing, and we'll just go pick by pick. But yeah,
I think the top 6 are locked in for the most part. I think the only difference will be 5 and 6. They'll just be flipped. But I think this top 6 is all but locked in going into draft week. I don't think there's going to be any trades in the top 10 at least. There might not be any trades in the first round period. But this top 6 feels pretty safe. 7 is when things start to get, question marks around.
So with you don't see Browns going QB at all, no matter what?
I don't. They signed Kenny Pickett. They have Joe Flacco. Deshaun Watson still on their books. I think maybe they wait to go get a quarterback next year in that class, and they get Travis Hunter as a consolation prize.
Yeah. What's with the Giants here at 3? I mean, it seems like them and Shador have been tied together more than any other player in franchise throughout this whole draft process. I mean, I guess what makes you think it'll be Abdul Carter, a QB pass rusher and not a QB?
Yeah, Shador is an interesting one. And Shador is the biggest wild card in this entire first round, in my opinion, because the more he falls, the more likelihood shit's going to go crazy. And if New York could stop that immediately at 3 and take him and get it over with, I don't think they're going to do that, though. I think they are I think they're fine with riding with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, and they're going to be okay with that going into the year. And they finally go get a pass rusher that they feel like can up their production because, man, they have Kayvon Thibodeau, they have Brian Burns, they have Leonard Williams, and they still can't get to the quarterback. So they need to get guys that can help open up those guys. Abdul Carter, I think, would be perfect.
Yeah. Very curious if they end up getting receivers later in the draft to pair with Malik Neighbors because, I mean, he was a monster as a rookie. Patriots or Will Campbell, it seems like out of all the mock drafts I've looked at lately, this is like the most or how should I say this, like the most expected pick of the top 4 that Campbell will go to the Patriots. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Rob Lentendre, he brings up a good point here. If you could bring up his comment. Genty is another wild card through here, specifically in this 4 to 6 range, because I feel like the Patriots, Jaguars, and Raiders could all swing on Genty if they wanted to. Patriots have a case, Jaguars have a case, Raiders have a case. But I think, understanding what Drake May had to deal with from a protection standpoint last year, go get Will Campbell, shore up that left tackle spot for his future, and so you don't have to worry about it down the line.
Yep. Jaguars going Mason Graham, a player Texas played this past year.
Yeah, he's been tied to Jacksonville so much during this draft process. He was actually spotted working out last week in Jaguars gear, like just at home. And I was like, oh, this guy's already in Jacksonville mentally. So
it was like when they caught Anthony Davis wearing the Charlotte Hornets hat.
Yeah, yeah.
And that photo of him leaning out his car. Vegas Raiders going Ashton Genty, first ever draft pick of the Pete Carroll era. That makes a lot of sense in my book. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it really does. Like not only from a Pete Carroll perspective for him and his philosophy on running the ball, but also just bringing life back into that franchise. And they got Geno Smith. They locked him in as their starting quarterback. I think that they did that so that they could go get another one of these top 10 guys instead of having to be tied to Shador. So I think they go get Genty. I think they could immediately compete. They're in a tough division. Don't get me wrong, but I think they can compete with that roster if they get a couple more good pieces. They need corners very bad, which I think I addressed in the second round. But it's gonna be a fun pick.
Yeah. Hey, do you think the Raiders in a few years could ever end up drafting Geno Smith's cousin, Jeremiah Smith?
Yeah, maybe. They'd have to get the number 1 overall pick, though.
Yeah, I would absolutely hate that, though. That's like Marvin Harrison Jr. going to the Cardinals. Like, the number one receiver in the draft or first 3 receivers in the draft should go somewhere fun and flashy. Like Malik Neighbors plays on the Giants, which sucks, but for them to be competitive, he has to get like 20 targets a game. So like it's fun, you know?
Yeah.
But the Jets going T-Mac. I know this is a guy a lot of Cowboys fans want. Going a little early to pair with Lake Travis product, Garrett Wilson, who just got extended today.
Yes. The Jets are the biggest wild card in the top 15. Wherever the Jets go at 7 is where it kind of determines where everything goes for like the next 8 picks. And if you're looking at it from a Cowboys fan perspective, the Jets could either really mess up your plans by getting a T-Mac, or they could help accelerate your plans by getting like Shador or Armand Membu or somebody like that. But I think they're going to see. I think they're going to see T-Mac. I think they're going to see a new head coach, and they're going to want to take advantage of the new era that they have. Give Justin Fields another weapon, and they roll with T-Mac. I could definitely see an offensive lineman here, though.
And you think it'd be Membu?
I think it would be Membu, yeah.
Got it. Well, Panthers going Jalen Walker, who, if I'm not mistaken, he's a native of one of the Carolinas, right?
Something like that, but he's been tied to the Panthers so much during this draft process. If the Panthers somehow passed on him, that would be a fascinating guy to watch slide. And it would just be horrific if he somehow slid to the 49ers and San Francisco grabbed him. That would be hell. I know you would be a fan of that, Jordan, but I have a nightmare scenario of that happening, but I have him with Carolina right now.
Oh, well, hey, we just lost Dre Greenlaw, so they're going to draft a linebacker at some point this weekend. That'll be interesting. If it isn't him and they pass on him, what position do you think it'd be? Because am I mistaken in thinking that they kind of need everything except running back right now?
Their secondary is really good. They had one of the best secondaries in the NFL last year from a pass defense perspective, and they just re-signed all of their guys. They need help in the linebacking core. They need help up front defensively. They could use some offensive line help, and I mean, they could always use receiver help. So they could go receiver here, but they would be going receiver in the first round back-to-back years after getting Xavier Legette last year. So it's just like, do they stomach that? And if they do, then maybe. But yeah, that's they're a fascinating one.
Yeah, Saints and Shador.
This one I feel like is safer than I think most people realize. Like Kellen Moore, first-year head coach, wants to go get his quarterback. I think Shador is his kind of quarterback, and what he's done over the course of his career, Kellen Moore. Derek Carr might not play this season. You're not going to start Spencer Rattler. Go get Shador Sanders and have fun at the very least.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with that. With the Bears, you have Armand Membu, but you kind of talked about him maybe being a selection for the Jets or another team earlier in the draft.
Yeah.
With Membu's gone, do you think this is a Kelvin Banks selection potentially? Or, what do you see happening if it isn't Membu to the Bears at 10?
Maybe. The Bears have done such a good job of retooling their offensive line this offseason. I mean, no team was more aggressive in going and getting offensive line talent in free agency than the Chicago Bears. And it makes sense. Caleb Williams was sacked more than every quarterback last year, and he evaded more sacks than every quarterback last year. So he was just terrorizing the pocket all season. So they have one piece that I feel like they could finish up, and that's going and getting another tackle. Armand Membu could be that guy. Although I could see them going a million different directions with who they pick here.
Didn't they sign/trade for 2 guards and a right tackle this offseason?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, they've really just rehauled that offensive line.
Nice. This is who I do not want them to pick.
Are you a Will Johnson hater?
There's just a better DB, I think, who went to Texas.
I agree.
So I go with Jade. But why do you think Will Johnson and not Jade Barron if Jade is still available?
Yeah, the Niners just love the stereotypical the adequate size corner to put on the outside to make up for the loss of Travarius Ward and be able to put that guy on the outside and Will Johnson. I think it makes a lot of sense. They need secondary help going into this draft. And will they swing on a corner this early? That's the question. But if they do, I mean, Will Johnson makes a ton of sense. And they've done a lot of research on him.
Yep. Hey, Cowboys going with the receiver. It seems like, at least most of the stuff I've seen, Cowboys fans want T-Mac or Matt Golden. I mean, I don't think they'll ever be happy, to be honest. But T-Mac or Matt Golden, you win Matt Golden at 12. Tell us about it.
Yeah, T-Mac would be phenomenal. That would be, I think, the best pick they can make at 12. I just don't think he's going to be there. I have Matthew Golden as my 4th best receiver in this draft, but I wouldn't call this a bad pick. I think all 4 of those receivers are worthy of being selected at 12. It's T-Mac, it's Matthew Golden, it's Luther Burden, and it's Emeka Egbuka. If it were me in this situation, I'd be picking Egbuka. I think he's the perfect type of fit into this Cowboys offense. And he's a high character guy. You don't got to worry about any BS with him. I mean, he's straightforward. Not that you have to do with these other guys, but you know what you're getting in Emeka Egbuka. He's one of the safest players in this entire draft. Whereas I feel like Matthew Golden might need a little bit more seasoning, might need a little bit more marinating, but he'll have to step into a number 2 role and be ready to go. It would be a lot of fun. Obviously, a lot of Texas and Dallas Cowboys fans ties would make it more interesting, but that's who I got. That's who I have them picking right now. I want to throw out 2 other names that I think are high possibilities here at 12. Shamar Stewart and Mykel Williams. I think those are both very high possibilities at 12 if they decide to go somewhere other than receiver.
I like Mykel Williams a lot more.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think either of them are top 15 picks in my opinion, but I agree. I like Mykel more.
Nice. So I'm sorry, just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Did you say that out of all the receivers in this draft at 12, you think Emeka Egbuka would fit the best in the Cowboys offense? Is in a short term and long term? Is that how you said, or just if T-Mac is gone?
Just if T-Mac is gone.
Okay, yeah. Got it. So I want to make sure I heard that correct, because if not, it was a bit of a hot take there.
Yeah, no, T-Mac is a top 5 player in my opinion in this draft. I think he's going to be a perennial Pro Bowler. Like, I think he's that good.
Yeah, one thing that I think is interesting about Egbuka is, like, there hasn't really been a time where I guess, there were games he led Ohio State in receiving yards, but where he was the true receiver 1. Mm-hmm. Like, how many defensive coordinators faced Ohio State, and they're like, yeah, out of all the guys in this offense, we're most worried about number 2, Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah, and I think I think that would be kind of the appeal for Dallas, right? Because
like he's used to being the number 2 behind JSN or Jeremiah Smith, where Matt Golden, his freshman year wasn't the number 1 guy at Houston. His second year, I think he definitely was. And then, at Texas, Bond was supposed to be receiver 1. And eventually, things course corrected and Golden ended up being the guy. But, if you're getting drafted to Dallas, that's CD's team, or at least CD's receiver room. You got to fall in line. So, definitely, just think that's interesting looking at the different options there at receiver. 13, you went Malachi Starks to the Dolphins. This one's interesting. Malachi Starks is one of the guys I'm most excited to see where he goes in the draft, just because, this is a very lazy comp, but is freakishly talented, and just the testing data numbers and everything is very similar to Jonah Williams in that way, and to where they're just unicorns. Malachi Starks is either the number 1 athlete or number 1 safety prospect coming out, was like the number 4 overall prospect. And then Jonah Williams, number 1 safety, I believe, finished number 6 in the country. So that's kind of the player comp for Texas fans to look forward to. But, you have them going 13 to the Dolphins.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident that the Dolphins will go with the safety here. They could go in a different direction for sure and throw some things off, but it could be Malachi Starks or it could be Nick Amenwari from South Carolina. They've done a lot of research on both of those guys. Sorry, I caught you mid-drink.
No, you're good. Colts going Tyler Warren. Seems like pretty much, everyone's tight end 1 everywhere you look.
Yeah, Colts need a tight end desperately. They'll either go with Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland here, I think, at 14. Tyler Warren's going to be a top 10 pick. I just couldn't figure out where to place him in this mock draft. And who knows? It kind of depends on how teams value the tight end position. He could end up sliding to 14. And I know Colts fans would be joyed over the moon if this happened. But this is where I have him right now. But I feel pretty good about the Colts going tight end first round.
Yeah, hey. They could always take another position, and if things don't work with the R15, move his big ass to tight end.
Yeah, there we go. They already have another really good tight end on the roster.
Like, is there a better athlete at tight end in the NFL than Anthony Richardson moved to tight end? Not a chance.
Maybe like Isaiah Likely.
No. Well, can Isaiah likely throw a football 80 yards? Don't think so.
Joe Milton, better tight end.
Yeah, no. With AR-15 though, it's like, all right, how long are we actually going to see if he can accurately throw a football in the NFL? Like, he either got it or he doesn't. At some point, y'all have to figure that out. Shamar Stewart, polarizing prospect going to the Falcons, you say, but can also be one to watch for the Cowboys, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. If you're looking for some safe bets, if y'all are in the betting sphere going into draft night, the Falcons will draft a defensive end at 15. There is zero doubt they will use that pick on a defensive end. Their pass rush was awful last year. They want to retool what they bring from a pass rush perspective. I placed them with Shamar Stewart here just because I think they'll like the size and explosion a little bit more than they would from Mike Green or Donovan Ezeraku, or even a Michael Williams. Michael Williams could be a fascinating one to stay in the Atlanta area, but I just picked Shamar Stewart here.
Yeah. I would hate this. But Arizona Cardinals, Jahdae Barron at 16 overall.
Yeah, versatile. He can play anywhere. Cardinals kind of need that versatility, and they could still grab help on the defensive side of the ball until training camp without having, a spot locked in. So that they could draft Jahdae, it would be like, you're going to play defense, and then they tell him his role whenever he shows up to training camp.
Yeah, I'm not mistaken. They still have Budda Baker, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Got it. Bengals going Mike Green. Wait, isn't Mike Green Marshall?
Yeah, he is. That's an editing mistake.
Okay.
You can credit this guy. You can also credit my editor. Mike Green Marshall. That's on me. But he if the Bengals end up making a stupid decision like I lined out here in trading Trey Hendrickson, they're going to need pass rush help because he was their only good defensive player last year. So I go Mike Green with that in mind.
Is that trade supposed to happen before the draft, or what do you see going down there?
Not necessarily. I mean, it kind of sounds like a standoff between him and his agent. I think I don't know, because they really don't have money to pitch around like that. Like, they just paid T. Higgins. They just paid Jamar Chase. Obviously, Joe Burrow's on their books. They don't have much high capital to be able to dish out. So, I mean, it makes sense why the Bengals maybe want to get cheaper there. And if they do, go ahead and do it with a first-round pick so you shore it up. But I don't know. That's going to be a fascinating one.
Yeah, this one would also suck as a 49ers fan. That means Jahdae and Kelvin Banks are both going to the division and not to the Niners.
Yeah.
But Kelvin Banks, 18 overall to the Seahawks. You think tackle or guard for them?
Guard. I think he slides inside at the next level. From what I can tell, there's about roughly 7 to 10 teams that see him as a tackle, and the rest see him as an interior guy. And there's also some teams that think he can play right guard too. So there's a lot of versatility in mind with Kelvin Banks. He could end up going higher too. I think he could certainly go higher than 18, but this is where I have him right now.
Yeah, no, he's probably not going to the Cowboys at 12, but just curious, what do they see him at?
A guard. Yeah, and they do like him too. He's a potential. I'm not saying he's likely, but I'd say he's a potential.
Yeah, we got some interesting ones here. Jahad Campbell at 19 to the Bucks, Marion Hampton at 20 to the Broncos. That one seems like a really, really popular pick in mock drafts.
Yeah.
And then I can't wait till you talk about this one. Jalen Milroe to the Steelers.
Yeah, I felt like having some fun with that one. We'll get to that. Jahad Campbell to the Buccaneers is one of the most popular mock draft picks throughout the draft cycle. And this is just me listening to experts. Yeah. How much should you walk to lose 30 pounds, by the way? Can we scroll back up and click on that? Jahad Campbell, they need to get younger at the linebacker position. They have a good defense, a really solid defense, but they're just – Levante David is not getting any younger. They have old guys in that middle tier. Bringing a guy like Jahad Campbell to keep that room pumping, in my opinion. Buccaneers are actually a really solidly built roster. Whenever I was looking through like what they need, I was like, man, this team is only a couple pieces away from being a contender. That's how good this team is.
Yeah. Hey, Levante David is like probably easily the most underappreciated linebacker in pro football going on the last decade. No question.
Absolutely. The Broncos, it seems almost perfect that they get a running back here. It's just a matter of who. Is it going to be a Marion Hampton or Travion Henderson? I just picked Hampton here because I think he fits the running style that Sean Payton might be looking for a little bit more. But I will throw the caveat that Sean Payton loves his receiving backs too. And Travion Henderson is the best receiving back in this class, in my opinion, when it comes to like those top guys.
Oh yeah, I remember I was on the field during the press box, seeing him. Basically, it was almost like a punt return when he went. I think it was like 65 yards on Texas on a screen.
Yep.
Rough. Yep. Wanted to ask you, last draft, Sean Payton kind of made himself look stupid by being like, hey, the entire NFL, I tricked all of y'all by drafting Bo Nix. No one saw it coming. And everyone was like, shut up, you're a loser. No one likes you. And then it ended up working pretty well.
Yeah.
Do you think there's anything he kind of pulls out of his ass, similar to the Bo Nix thing, where he tricks everyone or something like that? Or do you think this is very cut and dry? It's Hampton or Henderson?
Well, I mean, getting a running back this early would kind of be this year's version of him pulling something out of his ass. I
feel like I keep seeing everywhere Hampton to the Broncos at 20, and that's also like along with Campbell to the Pats at 4. It's one of the most popular picks.
I think everyone's just kind of caught up to Broncos thinking here, and they have to go get a running back. They probably use a high capital pick to do that. It just makes sense here. I don't think it's anything more.
Got it. Okay, Steelers and Milroe, are they going to run a 2-quarterback system? What are we doing here in the Steel City?
Yeah, I just wanted to have some fun here, and this is also me putting some things together. So Mike Tomlin and the GM for the Steelers had dinner with Jalen Milroe the night before his pro day and came away super impressed. The Steelers love Jalen Milroe. They want to get their hands around him if they can. I just see a situation where they look at him at 21 and they're like, you know what, we're not going to let this guy go any further down. We're going to take him and we're going to develop him whether we get Aaron Rodgers or not. And we're going to put him in a division with Lamar Jackson, and we're going to match that athleticism, and we're going to do that. I see it happening. Similar to how the Falcons just fell in love with Penix last year and said, screw it, we're going to take him at 8. We don't care what anyone thinks about it. I think that's kind of what I feel here. I don't know. We'll see. I could be wrong, but this is me throwing a dart at the –
I like it. I like not purely chalk like your March Madness bracket was. Some more fun and nuance to this. Who are the QBs on the roster for the Steelers? Mason Rudolph, is he still there?
Mason Rudolph and Mitch Trubisky.
That's right. Yeah. I knew it was 2 duds. I just had to get reminded of which duds. Tight end 2 in the draft. You got going 22 overall to Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. Makes a lot of sense. And then Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, we have another editing mistake here. This should be Michael Williams at 23 with Green Bay. So the Chargers, Colston Loveland, that just makes sense. Jim Harbaugh getting one of his guys. They need to get better at tight end. And then pretend this says Michael Williams. Packers, they love their big physical defensive front guys. So they go get Michael.
Nice. We got Vikings going Tyler Booker, who believe it or not, was actually teammates with – he will be the backup center this year for Texas, Connor Robertson. Connor Robertson did graduate from Westlake, but was going to school in Connecticut, and then COVID hit. They canceled the season. Tyler Booker ended up moving to IMG to finish his high school career, and then Robertson went to Westlake because his parents were from Austin. But cool little story there. They started together on the O-line at whatever academy that is in Connecticut. But you have them going 24 to the Vikings. Decent pick after they took J.J. McCarthy round 1 last year.
Yeah, they need to protect him and protect his health for the future. Go ahead and get, in my opinion, the best true guard in this class. I have Kelvin Banks as a guard, but I think this is the best true guard in the class. And he'd be a day 1 starter for sure.
Yep. Texans, they, big deal this offseason was trading rid of Laramie Gas Mask Tunsil. Now going to go draft another tackle. Hopefully he does not have a draft day, fall from grace like Tunsil did, but Josh Simmons, 25 overall to the Texans.
Yeah, you look at what the Texans, the core of their issues last year started up front. Josh Simmons, I think, could end up being one of the best players in this class. It just depends on how he bounces back from this injury. The more I look at Ohio State guys in this class, the more I just fall in love with every single one. It's pretty insane. But this would be a really good pick for Houston.
Yeah. Hey, CB or someone in the chat. I'm pretty sure someone did a story years later on who actually leaked the Laramie Tunsil video.
It was his
stepdad, right?
Yeah, dad or stepdad, something like that.
All right. Can someone fact check that? Because it's funny to think about. When's the anniversary of that? Like, we're coming up on 10 years sooner or later, right?
It was probably yesterday, 420, right?
Shut up. All right, Rams at 26. Now, this one I have several questions about. If they're going to take a quarterback that can marinate for at least a year, you think it'd be someone else. But there's been a lot of hype about Jackson Dart. And this would be a return to Los Angeles, who, originally spent his true freshman season in LA at USC. You know who was his roommate his freshman year?
Let me think about that. Brew McCoy.
No, close. Brew McCoy, I think, might have been at Tennessee by then. I'm not sure. He's been in college a minute. But Lake McCree, Lake Travis tight end, former Texas commit.
Mr. 5 torn ACLs.
Yeah, hey, he's still playing, though. Don't hate on him. You know who isn't playing?
Brew McCoy.
Bingo. Now I'm playing. He'll be drafted. Okay, Jackson Dart, explain this, please, and find a way to make this make sense.
Yeah, so this is Jackson Dart slipping in the first round. Sean McVay seeing a quarterback that he can get his hands around and do an evil laugh with. And I think the Rams could very much be in the quarterback market here at 26 for the pure opportunity to have a fifth-year option on a guy. Because the fifth-year option in this first round, I think you're going to see, if the Rams don't get him at 26, you're going to see a team trade into the first round, the back end of the first round, just to get a fifth-year option on a guy like Jackson Dart or a Tyler Shuck or somebody like that. This just feels like a Sean McVay type guy. He'd be able to sit for a year or two after Matthew Stafford and take the reins. I think it would be a perfect transition.
Sweet. Ravens going James Pierce Jr., who, while it has not come out publicly, has some very, very disturbing kind of off-the-field stuff that the entire NFL is aware of it. I'm just waiting for someone to actually report it.
Yeah, I dove into that. A little bit there, while character concerns around James Pierce Jr. have certainly gotten loud. He's still a first-round talent. And I think to be able to add him to that pass rush group that Baltimore has, it would be dangerous. It'd be dangerous.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
The Detroit Lions.
Yeah. Getting McCall here, technically, I think I put him down here. Don't worry about what happened earlier. This is a very rough mock draft. They're going to draft two versions of Shamar Stewart. They're going to clone Shamar Stewart, and they're actually going to put him in a different body. But Aiden Hutchinson getting hurt last year definitely hurt them towards the end. And whenever those injuries really started to stack up, I could see them adding more beef to that defensive front. McCall would be a perfect guy.
Sweet. 29, you got the Washington Commies going Nicky Manwari.
Yeah, there is no one in this entire NFL world that loves big, tall defensive backs more than Dan Quinn. And this is just another feather in his cap to be able to do that. And Nick Manwari, 6'4", draft him in the first round. They need help at safety. It makes a lot of sense.
Hey, is this you calling your shot pretty early on Jelani McDonald being a Washington communist?
Maybe.
Sorry, not a fan of the commies, and I know we got some Cowboys people in here who will, But Bills going Derek Harmon, former Michigan State defensive line transfer, finished his career in Eugene.
I think this is a guy who could potentially go a lot higher than people expect. I think he could end up top 15. I do. But I have him here at 30. The Bills have to get better in their interior. I think they almost certainly go defensive tackle here. It's just a question if it's Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant, Walter Nolan. It's just whichever of those guys they fall in love with more. In my opinion, Derek Harmon's the better of those three, so that's why I placed him here.
You got the Kansas City terrorist going North Dakota State O lineman, Grace Abel. What position is he playing for them? Because didn't they they made some signings at the offensive line position.
Yeah, they still have Creed Humphrey at center, and Gray Zabel is viewed as a center by a lot of teams in the league, but he's also viewed as a guard by a lot of teams in the league. There's even some teams that view him as a tackle even. So I think he would play guard for the Chiefs, and he would step in and really be able to elevate that room. We saw that protection just get obliterated in the Super Bowl. So I think they go offensive line first round.
Oof, this would not be good. Last but not least, Eagles going Emeka Egbuka into the first round.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the Eagles, adding insult to injury by getting a guy who should not have slipped this far, but it's just a matter of the draft. There's going to be guys that slip in this draft that you're like, how are they still there? And the Eagles are going to get a really good pick there at 32, I feel like. It's going to happen.
Yeah. We're going to scroll through the second round pretty quick. You can just go pick by pick. Any ones you want to talk about, go ahead. And then we're going to finish it out with some questions from the chat. So if y'all have any questions, throw them in the chat.
Travion Henderson, I think, could go first round. Tyler Shuck, I think, could go first round. Pretty much every guy you have right there in that section, I think, could go first round. It's just a matter of
question. Why? Please explain to us, like we're 5 years old, why anyone thinks Tyler Shuck is remotely worth a first round pick.
It beats me. It's just there are teams that love this guy, and it makes so much sense for the Giants to swing on him in the second round and make him their quarterback of the future.
Yeah. I mean, like possibly more value there than getting Shador 3 overall or 2 overall, whatever it is. Titans going Burden right after they took Cam Ward. That would be fun.
Yeah.
Literally anyone besides a 6'4" receiver from Arkansas that can't catch a pass. Who Cam Ward said was the best receiver in the NFL while playing Fortnite. That was hilarious, by the way. If you haven't seen it, Cam Ward hopped on Fortnite with someone, did an entire NFL draft interview where they were like, who do you think is the best coach in the NFL? Who is the best offensive lineman? And he was like strictly naming Tennessee Titans players and laughing while doing it. So I like him. He's good vibes. The Raiders with an interesting pick. Patriots, kind of surprising that Kenneth Grant would go to the second round. I didn't know you said, these guys could go first. Ooh, Bears getting Quinshon Judkins. I like that one.
Yeah, that's fun. They follow up with Scourton a couple picks later. Maxwell Hairston to the Jets, I think, would be dangerous. What they have in their secondary to be able to add a guy like him, that would be crazy. The Niners getting TJ Sanders, I would stick a fork in my thigh. I mean, that would be unreal. And then the Cowboys getting Trey Amos, a big physical corner that they can place on the outside. And they have comfort until Trayvon Diggs gets healthy. And they can maybe slide Deron Bland inside whenever Diggs does come back, or they can just start preparing for post Diggs, because I think that's what they need to start doing.
Yeah. Damn, you have the Broncos going Caleb Johnson after going to Marion Hampton round 1.
Yeah, but why don't we double back with the Broncos? They need help in that running back room, and I think that could be the Sean Payton, stab at the wall.
Yeah. Hey, how do you say this Florida State corner's name?
Azarie.
Yep. It would be dangerous. I mean, isn't God, I forget the name of their corner in Green Bay. He's getting older.
Jair Alexander.
Yes.
Yeah, and they have him openly on the trade market. Azaria Thomas, his brother plays for the Cowboys, so something to keep in mind.
Oh, nice. Ben Morrison, that one's interesting. He seemed like he would have gone higher if he didn't get, injured this season. But, hey, that's how Round Rock's juice product, Leonard Moore, broke out into stardom.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, the only site that had him as a 4-star. Yours truly was banging on the table for that to happen. We both get credit.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Who else is in here that's interesting? Landon Jackson to the Commanders, older brother of Texas Longhorn Lance Jackson.
Yep.
Chiefs going JTT. Eagles going Jordan Birch. Yep. Interesting. All right, going to go up to the top with some questions for the draft. Jake Bayless said, which receiver does Will McClay have on top of his board? You can use the word allegedly if you want.
Yeah, Teteroa McMillan makes a lot of sense.
Awesome. Genty called a shout out to Saquon comment, not a question, but what were your thoughts on that? The Players Tribune thing? I thought it was pretty cool being like, hey, you got to tackle people, draft a guy who can't get tackled.
I don't air me out for this, guys. This is don't clip this. There's his agent. Genty is like his only client, and he is whoring him out to the media right now. I mean, almost too much. He's been doing media availabilities since January, like every day. And this was just like another thing, I think. And I saw it and I was just like, oh my God. Like if it was the only thing he did the entire draft process, I'd be like, no, that's cool. That's dope. I'm just like, oh my God, like get this guy out of the camera. Jincy, he doesn't come across as like a media whore, but he's being portrayed as one, I think, by his agency. And that's just me.
Do you think part of it is the fact that he's clearly the number one running back in this year's draft, clearly the best college football running back since I don't know who, and also the fact that the shelf life on running backs is incredibly short, so they're just trying to get every cent that they can right now?
Probably.
Boom. Looks like Cowboys fan here says, Nick, thoughts on Chris Ballard saying he could take a QB today? Could Ewers be the guy?
Yeah, I mean, Ewers makes a lot of sense for the Colts. They have connections to the University of Texas in their front office. This would be one that makes a ton of sense in my opinion. Yeah, I could definitely see Ewers ending up in Indy.
What round would that come in, you think?
Probably the third.
Yeah. QBs don't really go second too often. I don't know anything on this. Do you, Jonathan Brooks?
Yeah, doesn't sound like it. They signed Rico Dowdle with the intention of him being the backup to why am I blanking? Oh my God, the starter for the Panthers. He was really good last year. He was on my fantasy team.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Oh my God, y'all know who I mean. Yeah, just throw
Miles something.
No, Miles Sanders. He was there, but now he's with the Cowboys. Chuba Hubbard. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Not a question, but hey, why don't we give a round of applause for Jonah Williams? 3 RBIs, first start. Hasn't even touched the football field yet.
Yep. He was great on Saturday, too.
Yeah. We were talking about the Colts making AR-15 a tight end. Just wait till Rico Gathers realizes his potential. Man, I'll never forget Rico Gathers getting a technical when Baylor played Texas. He ran down the court on a fast break and just took out someone's back and knocked him over. I forget which Texas player it was, but it very much was like a whoa. And I was rooting against his football career from that point on. What else we got here? Hey, JW Crunch, we have nothing wrong with the Laramie Tunsil thing. It's just a hilarious draft moment that needs to be brought up because it's funny. We got some research on here, Nick. According to the Palm Beach Post, the Dolphins believe Tunsil's former financial advisor is the culprit. CB also said the stepdad denied, according to Google, in multiple stories at the time, the Dolphins thought a former financial advisor leaked the Tunsil video. Interesting. Yeah, Steven had my same reaction to Quinn not being the Rams pick and it being Dart instead.
Yeah.
Rob feels like Tyler Shuck is the workout champ like Kyle Bowler was back in the day.
Tyler Shuck has played 7 seasons in college football, and only one of those he's played more than 7 games.
Yeah, and weren't 2 or 3 of them ended early by season-ending injuries?
Yeah, multiple. He's had 2 broken collarbones. He's had a broken fibula. I mean, anyway.
The best part is, too, like this cat played for Mario Cristobal at Oregon.
Yeah.
That's how long he's been around.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing about him is but he had this great season at Louisville. No, he didn't.
He was born in 1999.
They throw a bajillion passes. Louisville does. It's the most QB-friendly system in America. They're about to convince half the country Miller Mall should be a round 1 QB after next year.
Yeah.
Watch. CB said, Manny Acho just said Tyler Shuck. Yeah. Manuel Acho, great Longhorn, horrible sports analyst. I felt that way for a long time, even before he got exposed with Joy Taylor's whole thing. That's a good one. Dylan Sampson, any chances for the Cowboys with him?
Yeah, potentially. He's a fun back, man. He had 36 short yardage opportunities last year. He converted on 33 of them, and all of those opportunities were out of shotgun. Just a really fascinating stat with Dylan Sampson. I'm a Sampson guy personally.
Yeah, he
not a big home run guy though. He only had 6.5% of his runs went over 15 yards last year. It's one of the lowest clips in the draft class.
Wow. All right. So last thing to close it out, how many Longhorns are getting drafted? I'm pulling up the list for you right here.
Yeah. Let me think here.
Because they got several in this. Banks, obvious draft choice. 1.
Barron,
Golden,
Collins.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I have 9 at least, and then we're starting with Jake Majors as like fringe.
Yes. Yeah, Jake Majors is going to get drafted. Baron Sorrell might go day 2. He's getting a lot of love right now.
But for sure, draft pick, right?
Yep. Jaden Blue's getting drafted.
That's 12 with Blue.
Broughton's getting drafted.
13.
I think Hayden Connor's getting drafted day 3. I think someone's going to see the IQ on him and just take it. That's where I think it stops.
Got it. Yeah, it's 14.
The only wild card is Isaiah Pond.
Yeah, but someone's going to draft him.
Yeah.
You know, so hey, that would be if Hayden Connor and Jake Majors go like you think, that'll be 14 total Longhorns. Last year, I think they had 12 or 13. Finished only second behind. It was either Georgia or Michigan. Bolden's interesting. I think if he doesn't get drafted somewhere, might be a Texans guy. That was C.J. Stroud's number 1 high school target, by the way.
Yep.
And then
he'll be a returner.
Is like 10 years old, or 30 years old. He's also been in college for a minute, several season and ending injuries. But we're gonna get out of here, Nick. Maybe if you got time on Thursday, might have you on here for a few minutes.
I bet I could pop on Thursday. It would have to be like 10:30-ish, but I bet I could pop on Thursday.
Got it. All right. Sorry, I lied. This is the last thing. It'll be quick. There's not been a single trade yet in this draft. Not a single one.
In the first round.
In the first round. Do you see that changing between now and Thursday, and how chaotic could it get? Because I saw Schefter reported this morning there's like 8 teams in the first round who were looking to trade back. I think it was.
Yeah. There's a lot of teams trying to trade back, and not a lot of teams trying to trade up. So I don't think this is a situation that happens until draft night, unless there's a guy like a Shador or a Tyler Warren or a Mason Graham that somehow starts slipping that a team wants to jump up and grab. I don't see a trade happening in the top 15. I think the trades happen in like 23 to 32. I think you'll see a team trade back into the first round to grab a quarterback. I think that's the best chance you have at seeing a trade.
Sweet.
Yep.
Well, awesome. We're going to get out of here. We'll be wrapping up the Lone Star Playbook. Up next, our friends at SEC Unfiltered are telling you why they think Jack Endries is one of the best portal pickups in the entire offseason. Jack Endries, the Cal tight end that Texas picked up out of the portal not too long ago. And then tomorrow, Will and I will be diving into the portal additions, some other Texas recruiting stuff, a little bit of draft stuff. But for now, we're going to go ahead and end the stream. Back at 2 p.m., Chip Browns at Collier are going to be talking all things Texas. And, we'll bid you all adieu. Good seeing y'all, and have a good Monday. Happy Easter Monday.